Well, good morning. Welcome to this special edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello, track announcer John G. Dooley on a beautiful day here at the track. It's the first of our 6 old quarter horse cards scheduled here for this season at the Shoe. Today's Sunny Skies, a 13-race program with the Maiden Stakes Final, the Harley Green Derby, and the Born Runner Classic. That's the 13th and last during the 4 o'clock hour. 3 headliners as part of a 13-race card today. As I mentioned, the first of our 6 all-quarter horse Saturday morning cards here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Weather-wise, beautiful sunny skies, but for the official race day forecast for the first of our quarter horse days here Saturday mornings at the track, let's check in with the Weather Authority. It's today Ethan Rossick with the Fox 59 weather forecast for our quarter horse card here today. Ethan?
Pleasant weather continues across the board. I'm meteorologist Ethan Rossick here from the Fox 59 Weather Center. The forecast looking great. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, perhaps around 80 under mostly sunny skies. Enjoy the weather while you can.
All right, cheers, Ethan at Fox 59 with the official race day forecast. Certainly looks like a beautiful day on tap for our 13-race program here at the track. Speaking of hot already this season, we've got our Quarter 4 Jockeys. It's a contest sponsored today, the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. And let's take a look at the Quarter 4 Jockeys, the top 4 going into our 13-race card here on the first Saturday Old Quarter Horse card of the season. Danny Martinez certainly leads the pack. There's the top quartet this season as we enter our 25th racing day of 123 scheduled here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Danny Martinez, Eduardo Luna Diaz having a great meet too. Edgar Diaz, of course, we think Edgar riding those horses often for Claudio Barazza. They make a terrific team. And Diego Bocanegra. There's a look at your Quarter 4 jockeys. Stop by the first floor OTB. That's also, by the way, new gift shop open in 2026. You can check out merchandise there and put your entries in for the Quarter 4 contest. It's sponsored by the QHRAI. Each time one of those top 4 quarter horse jockeys you see right there win a race, a drawing will be held today for $20. And again, they're Danny Martinez, Eduardo Luna Diaz, Edgar Diaz, and Diego Bocanegra. There's the Quarter 4 jockeys. And as we just showed you, this is the first of our 6 all quarter horse Saturday mornings. So we'll be having more of these Quarter 4 contests. There you go. The next one, talking about our Saturday morning cards, well, that'll be on June 27th, and then another one during the month of July. A couple of morning cards here, quarter horse wise, during the month of August, and of course October. That October the 3rd, there's the list of the sextet, a 6-pack of Saturday morning quarter horse jockey contest, if you will, here this season. Cheers to the QHRAI for presenting that. We kick off today at 10:45 a.m., so getting closer by the minute to our first race post time, the first of 13. Just want to remind everyone, we'll be back next Saturday morning. We'll have a combination of thoroughbred and quarter horse racing, and also we'll be supporting retired racehorses. That's in a week from today. Also at 10:45 a.m. kickoff here in town, it's Empire of Hope. The Belmont Stakes, of course, being run at Saratoga this year. No Triple Crown on the line. Golden Tempo making history there for trainer Cherie DeVoe, the first female conditioner to win the Kentucky Derby 152 with Golden Tempo under Jose Ortiz. Napoleon Solo winning Preakness Stakes 151. That stage this year, Laurel Park. And the Belmont Stakes, again, one more year there up at Saratoga as they finish up that construction at Belmont Park. That'll be a week from today, featuring several booths for racehorse aftercare programs for the entire family. We're going to have those inflatables for the kids, the face painting, winner circle giveaways for all, and of course, the Parade of Champions, always popular as we take a look at some of the retired racehorses that Empire of Hope will benefit. Hope you can join us in 1 week's time. Another early start at 10:45 a.m. And then a week after the Empire of Hope, our first evening card of the season is Silks and Roses, a night dedicated to ladies in racing. That'll be Saturday, June 13th. Mark that on your calendar for the month of June. It's our only nighttime racing program of this year. It'll kick off at 5:10 p.m. here in town. Lots of activities throughout the night, including a chocolate station from Kilwins of Fishers. That sounds great. Jewelry station by Rustic Charm of Nashville, Indiana. They'll be joining us here Saturday the 13th. Again, the program kicking off at 5:10 p.m. Flower cart, massage chairs, inflatables, face painting for the kids, contest, a lot more. Hope you can join us here for the only evening card of the entire season here in 2026 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's Silks and Roses. It's Saturday, June 13th. And again, first race post time will be at 5:10. We're 18 minutes away from the first of the day, of course. Old Quarter Horse card here. As I mentioned, 3 premier races. Looking forward to the Maiden Stakes final. Also the Harley Green Derby. We'll wrap up the card with the Born Runner Classic. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. If you'd like to reach out to all of us, here's the team. You can reach out to me on X at John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel, she'll be here throughout the broadcast on X at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen is standing by. She joins the pre-race show for a look and a preview of today's racing action, including those stake races that I mentioned. Martha on X at Martha Clausen, and Brian Aragoni. We'll hear from B on Tuesday when the Thoroughbred and Quarter Horse program combines, and back here on Tuesday after we wrap up the 13 Old Quarter Horse card here today. Brian's on X at Mr. B Analyst, and TrackWise, not only on X at HS Indy Racing. Check us out there on Instagram and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. We're getting closer to post time. Don't forget, if you're joining us here, Quarter 4 Jockey Contest, first floor OTB, the gift shop, open now, right there on the first floor. Quick time out here on the pre-race show. When we come back, it's the AM block, if you will. Martha Clausen talking about the card today. Back with Martha right after this. Thanks, man. Have a good one, guys. See you later.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Well, welcome to the first of 6 all quarter horse days here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It promises to be an incredible day of racing action, and we're so happy that you're joining us. Now, you guys have seen the thoroughbreds, and you see how they kind of start in different positions in the racetrack, but usually go all the way around, sometimes around more than once, because they're bred to go longer distances. But what you're going to see today in our all quarter horse day are sprinters, very powerful, talented sprinters. And they're going to break right in front of you in the grandstand and just power home. The biggest difference, and I always say this in between thoroughbreds and quarter horses, if a thoroughbred has a kind of a poor start out of the starting gate, the rider can usually kind of take them back, get them settled, and make one run. That's not the case, far from the case in quarter horse racing. These athletes have to have a clean break out of the gate and an unimpeded path to the wire, the finish line. And if they don't, they're probably not going to win because the distances are less than 20 seconds. You can't just make it up that quickly. But that's the difference, but that's the most exciting part of it, and I think you're going to enjoy some of these finishes. So today we have quite a few types of races on the card. We've got a few maidens to start out. Then we're going to have trials for the QHRAI Derby. That's a championship for 3-year-olds. And then we have 3 final stakes. The Maiden Stake, we had trials for that several weeks ago. The Harley Green Derby, that's again an Indiana bred derby, is a 3-year-old championship. And then we're going to finish it off with some older horses, very experienced horses, in the Born Runner Classic. We're going to have Rachel McLaughlin and I will preview it. We'll have John G. Dooley up in the booth bringing you all the action. You don't find a better race caller anywhere in the country. I can't compare it to Europe because I never understand them, but I know they're talented too, but John is phenomenal. So our tip sheets are available in the OTB if you're here on site or on x.com on either the Indiana website or Rachel and my personal Twitter accounts, x.com Twitter. Okay, well, one of the races that I'm so looking forward to will be the 12th on the card. It will be the final of the 103,000 Harley Green Derby. Now, we held trials for it several weeks ago, May 14th to be exact, and there was one trial that was really riveting because it involved a dead heat. And we're going to roll the footage and have you take a look at it to see what I'm talking about. So what you're going to see is right in the middle of the racetrack, you have two horses that, well, number 3, CV Denali, the number 3 horse, looks like he's just going to have it won. He was cruising really well, and then all of a sudden this big beautiful gray surges up beside, and they literally cross the wire together. It was called a dead heat. That means they were both winners, and their final time was 17.842 seconds. That's how close. They couldn't separate them in the finish line, the photo finish. So even though it looked like CV Denali, who was a little more experienced, had the edge, it was a big day for Kalis and could not be denied. Interesting thing is that the post position draw for the final, that's going to happen a little bit later in the card today, they drew side by side. So once again, in race 12, you're going to see these two warriors battle it out. And CV Denali, who's, like I said, has a little more experience, he'll be looking for his 5th trophy, career win. And Kalis, a little less experienced, is going to look for the 3rd time to cross that finish line and win. It's going to be super exciting, but it's not just up to the 2 of them, because there's 8, total of 10 horses that qualified for this. And the horse to the far outside, Beecham, actually set the fastest qualifying time in trials for trainer Ron Raper. And so obviously it was just like hundreds of seconds that separated these guys. And we're going to see a very exciting finish today in the 12th race. That's just one of the races that I'm looking forward to, but to tell you the truth, all of them. So then we'll wrap up the card with the Born Runner Classic, and it features 2 past champions, which doesn't happen very often. We have Tatcha's Secret and Not Your Secret, both bred and owned by Ricardo Martinez. And they're a little different age, but they're both going to be competing for that trophy. So lots to look forward to. Rachel, John, and I will bring you all the excitement, and we hope that we'll see you back for many more days to come. We have 5 more quarter horse days, all quarter horse days. They're in the program and you'll get to see. So we hope we'll see you quite a bit more as our season progresses at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Horses in the walking ring for the first of the morning. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250 yards. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. No scratches, no jockey changes at the top of a 13 race card. Mark down these overweights. So these overweights in the first make the 2 plus 6. The number 3, 7 over. The number 5 plus 2 pounds. Number 7, really past due at 7 pounds to the listed program weight. And the 8, Bloodworthy, 7 over in the first of our 13. In the second race, no scratches, no jockey changes. Mark down these overweights. The 2 plus 7. Number 3, Apolitical Lady wins, 2 over. The 4 plus 7. The 6 plus 6. The 7 plus 7. And the 8, TW, Apolitical Beach, 2 pounds extra, makes it there now 126. In the third, maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. These overweights, 3 plus 7, 4 plus 6. The 5 is 7 over. And number 7, Jess off the wagon, plus 7 pounds. In the fourth race, number 1, El Fulano, plus 3 pounds. Make the 6 3 over. The 7 is 7 pounds over. And the 8, Streaking Little Jess, plus 3 pounds. In the fifth, 1, Mackenzie Foos, plus 3 pounds. Scratch number 2, Zuman Cartel 6, scratch the number 2. The 4, Flying Knockout 1 2 3 5 over. Make the 5 plus 2. The 6 plus 4. The 8, Mulligan, 4 over. The 9 Lazuman plus 4 pounds. 11 HF He's a Brickhouse draws in. The jockey will be Leonardo Rodriguez. No Lasix for 11 HF He's a Brickhouse, who will break from post position number 2. Leonardo Rodriguez rides the number 11. Scratch the 12, 13, and the 14. 12, 13, 14. Join the number 2. All withdrawals from the 5th. In the 6th of our 13, 1 AP Lovely Corona plus 4 pounds. Scratch 3 Beach Train. Scratch the 3. The 4 plus 7, 5 plus 2, 7 plus 2, 8 plus 7, and the 10 GV Kingstone 6 over. In the 7th race, overweights 3 plus 2, 4 plus 4, 7 plus 4, 8 Absolute Domination 6 over. The 10 plus 4, Scratch 11 Beach Chicks. In the 8th race, 1 Remember to Queen plus 5 pounds. The 2 5 over. The 3 2 over. The 5 Favorite Bandit, first time Lasix medication, 4 pounds over. The 7 WR Hotshot plus 5 pounds. The 8 is 5 over. Make the 10 plus 5 pounds. In the 9th, overweights 1 plus 5, 3 plus 4, 5 Kiss a Corona 5 over. The 7 plus 5, 8 plus 5, 9 plus 4. 10th race, 2 Kissin' M Memphis 5 over. Make the number 4 plus 5 pounds. 7 Roses After Midnight 4 over. And the 9 plus 5. Race 11, final of the maiden stakes. Scratch 2 Faves Streakin' Cartel. 7 Perry Secret Gold. Scratch the 2 and 7. The 9 Coyote Kiss 5 over. 12th race, Harley Green Derby final. The 3 is 4 over. 5 plus 5. 6 plus 2. 7 Kalis 5 over. 9 Rock in the Beach plus 5. And scratch the AE 11, A Flair for Politics. 13th race, Born Runner Classic, the 1 plus 2. 5 Jessa Riot Dissolve Lasix medication. 8 Tatcha's Secret plus 3. 9 plus 3. And the 10 plus 2. Horses making their way onto the track. It's down to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. Fast track. Here's Gary Lozier to bring the horses on. Here they come. First race, a maiden quarter horse juvenile dash over the 250 yards. Once again, there are no scratches and no jockey changes. Race 1 of 13 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here we start rolling doubles, 50-cent pick threes. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. There's also the 10-cent quarter horse, pentafecta featured, all late run, fast track. Parading with but 4 minutes to post time. For those joining us here this morning, 13 race card. If you can, please do try to make your selections and wagers today early. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Now 2 minutes to post time. Fans on hand, don't forget about today's quarter four contest. Stop by the first floor OTB counter to register to win in quarter four, sponsored by the QHREI. Each time one of today's top four quarter horse jockeys wins a race, a drawing will be held for a $20 race wager. Today's quarter four jockeys are Danny Martinez, Eduardo Luna Diaz, Edgar Diaz, and Diego Bocanegra. Free to sign up. Quarter four, sponsored by the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. Entries, first floor OTB, and the gift shop, open now. Less than 1 minute to post time. Here are the starts of the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast track. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the first. MG Apostle making her bow. RR Blancos Cartel went it well. MG Apostle has joined. Now Fractious and back of the starting gate, D. Dippin' Dot. So they loaded RR Blancos Cartel and MG Apostle. Leading back D. Dippin' Dot. Cool Prima Donna. Really past due. Right now, Bloodworthy, 3-5, the first favorite. It's 4-1, Cool Prima Donna in the starting gate. 7-1 on Mr. WB Time, waiting his turn to load. D. Dippin' Dot, okayed by the track veterinarian. To load and run, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez for Jesse Vasquez with D. Dippin' Dot. 10-1 on that first time starter. Now Mr. WB Time, True 3. Just couple them back. Christian Penaloza with Bix Biederbeck. 3-5 on Bloodworthy. So stand by. One more, Rolando Pena from Tim Eggleston with Bloodworthy. Maiden juveniles at 250 yards. Main track fast under sunny skies, all in. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. MG Apostle away sharp. Here comes a charge from Cool Prima Donna, but slightly shifting in past the 110. And Bloodworthy coming with a charge for Rolando Pena. It's Bloodworthy along with MG Apostle, and between them was Cool Prima Donna in the Saturday opener. Photo finish right off the rip. First of 13, maiden juvenile dash over the 250. It's up to the judges. Photo finish. Here's the verdict. 8-1, 6-7-3. 8 Bloodworthy, 3-5, the first favorite, in 13.669 seconds out to the maiden ranks. 1 MG Apostle, 21-1 second, good effort. 6 Cool Prima Donna, 4-1 third. 7 Really Past Due was fourth. 3 Mr. WB Time fifth, 13.669. Rolando Pena getting the first favorite home for Tim Eggleston. 3-5 on the second time starter. Bloodworthy was second to none this morning. The result of the first race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle number 8, Bloodworthy with Rolanda Pina. Bloodworthy is a 2-year-old been gelding by Apolitical Blood. Out of Noteworthy by Corona Cartel. Tim Eggleston trains for owner Steve Zamler. He was bred in Oklahoma by HK Performance Horses. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Bloodworthy out to the maiden juvenile ranks. First results in. First of 13 on the day. This is the first of our 6 all Saturday morning quarter horse cards. Race 1 in the books. 8-1 exacta, $72 even. 50-cent trifecta, 8-1-6, $89.35. The 10-cent superfecta, 8-1-6-7, paid $61.49. Mr. WB time was 5th. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured throughout the card. 81673 returned $104.27. At the top of the card, favorite first. All they ran, fast track 13.669 seconds. 17 minutes away from race 2. The next quarter horse maiden juvenile dash is over the 300 yards. No scratches, no rider changes. Overweights, the 2+7, 3+2. Number 4, the Heart Won't Lie 7 over. Make the number 6, plus 6 pounds. The 7, She's My Hero 7 over. And the 8 is 2 pounds over, all they run. Race 2 will feature exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There's the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured throughout the card. The start of another rolling double, 50-cent pick 3, and here the beginning of the $1 early pick 4 sequence. Races 2, 3, 4, 5, the $1 early pick 4. Fast track, post time will be at 11:13 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden juvenile dash. Hope you had a bet on Bloodworthy. Back fast under sunny skies, all in. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. MG Apostle away sharp. Here comes a charge from Cool Prima Donna, but slightly shifting in past the 110. And Bloodworthy coming with a charge for Rolanda Pina. It's Bloodworthy. Worthy, along with MG Apostle, and between them was Cool. Back fast under sunny skies, all in. Going in.
Well, we're off and running in our first all-quarter horse day of the season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The exciting news is that we've got 6 of them planned throughout our live racing tenure, and you're going to really enjoy this breed of racehorse. They're unlike the thoroughbreds that go around the track. These are sprinters. They're going to race right in front of you in the grandstand. Some of the races are less than 20 seconds, but you'll be kind of dazzled by their powerful breaks out of the starting gate and their finishing speed to the wire. That's the way I fell in love with the breed. All right, so let's go to the paddock, take a look at a few of these nice horses in this second race, which is a $17,000 maiden for 2-year-olds. Only 2 of them in the race have had some experience, have had a racing start. And so some of them you're going to see behave pretty well. Others are going to need this race under their belt to get a little more experience. All right, my top choice, number 2, is Revenant Declared. This is a filly by Revenant. Revenant is the name of the stallion. It was a Grade 1 winner. And she was bred in Texas and owned and trained by current leading quarter horse conditioner Tony Cunningham. She made her debut here on May 2nd, and despite finishing 3rd, she had a very good speed index. That's the number associated with the finish. And interestingly enough, kind of dismissed at odds of 23-1, but I don't think she's going to go for 23-1 today because she got that experience, and I think she'll be one of the favorites in the second race on the card. All right, let's go next to number 8, and that's TWA Political Beach, also going to make her second start for trainer Natasha Perez. I've talked about her quite a bit. Natasha is a former jockey, quarter horse jockey, and now she's training for several years now. Very hands-on horsewoman, and just has a lot of owners that really feel strongly about her talent, including Tom Wiley. And this filly was bred by him, sired by Apolitical Jess out of an Escondido Beach mare, so very good pedigree. Ran in the same race as my top selection, but was crowded out of the gate and had to steady, finishing 5th by 2 lengths. That wasn't what the connections desired, but these things happen in quarter horse racing. Ultimately, you really want to get that clean break out of the starting gate and just a straight path to the wire. But you've got all these young horses around you that sometimes do not give you that perfect advantage. But I certainly think that she will do a lot better with that race under her belt. So take a long look at this filly. Next for me is number 5, and that's Valiant Kiss. Is going to debut for 2025 leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston. Boy, he's an incredible horseman, especially with his 2-year-olds, and also he trains thoroughbreds. I don't know how these people get any sleep because that's a lot taking care of 2 breeds. She was a good purchase, $50,000 purchase at the Heritage Place yearling sale, and she ran 2nd in her April 24th training race. That's just 250 yards, but they load the horses in the gate, give them an opportunity to hear the bell, to break from the gate and race to the finish line. It's great experience for them. Eggleston's been super good with his juveniles this season, and he's been that way in the past too. So despite the fact that she's unraced and morning lined at 8-1, I certainly think, I don't know if I can think, but I'll try and say that she'll be a really good betting prospect in the second race. Okay, now if I'm starting like that in our second race, wait until the 13th. Pray for me. No, I'm only kidding. We'll get through it. Okay, I'm going to round out my top picks with number 1, Brownie Points. Oklahoma-bred gelding by One Valiant Hero, Tony Cunningham, who's also got my top choice in this race. Trains this gelding for Duke Racing LLC, and he finished a disappointing 8th in his May 7th maiden. The trip notes stated that the rider dropped his crop, so that might have been some excuse. It's not the end of the world, though. Obviously, again, 1 race under this gelding's belt. I think he's going to do a lot better in his second out. So 2-8-5-1 for me, and good luck to all. I think you'll enjoy this sprint. And Rachel will be up next to preview race 3. We're going to take turns throughout the day and hopefully get you guys some good winners for our first all-quarter horse day.
Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the second race. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash here over the 300-yard distance. All 8 start. No scratches, no rider changes. This one features Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another quarter horse Pentafecta on the program. Start of another rolling double, pick 3, and the $1 early pick 4 starts here. Fast track, 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Once again, just to remind all, be sure to stop by the First Floor OTB counter to register to win in the quarter 4. Sponsored by the QHREI. Each time one of the top 4 quarter horse jockeys wins a race today, a drawing will be held for a $20 race wager. Today's quarter 4 jockeys are again Danny Martinez, Eduardo Luna Diaz, Edgar Diaz, and Diego Bocanegra, who here rides TW Apolitical Beach. Danny Martinez, Eduardo Luna Diaz, Edgar Diaz, and Diego Bocanegra. Today's quarter 4 jockeys, free to take part in the contest, sponsored by the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. First Floor OTB counter for quarter 4, First Floor gift shop, open today. Check out the merchandise there. Now 1 minute to post time, horses in their final warm-ups. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the starter, Oscar Quiros. Isidro Banuelos with brownie points.
Hey, back out the 5 and the 1. Back them out for a second. Espérame. Let me know when you're ready.
A loose horse in back of the starting gate. And that's the 3-2 favorite right now, Revenant Declared. They've backed Brownie Points and Valiant Kiss out to the starting gate as there's a loose horse up the stretch. Right there in the chute is Revenant Declared. Now they have a hold of Revenant Declared. Right now she's 8-5, 9-5 on TWA Political Beach. There's 8-1 on the newcomer, She's My Hero. So they're bringing Revenant Declared back down toward the start under a veterinarian review is the 2.
Somebody get behind the 2.
Brownie Points once again back into the starting gate. Revenant Declared was okayed by the track veterinarian at the 300-yard start to load and run. Valiant Kiss to move back into the starting gate. Valiant Kiss rejoined Brownie Points, and Revenant Declared is now in. Apolitical Lady wins to post 3. Monday all over again. Now She's My Hero. Orlando Pena going for the early double with Tim Eggleston. The Heart Won't Lie. 300 yards, one more. TWA Political Beach. Diego Bocanegra, one of today's quarter-4 jockeys. Up comes TWA Political Beach. Second of 13 on a fast track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. And they're off. Valiant Kiss hopped and broke slightly inward. Fast starts for Revenant Declared and Brownie Points inside 220 yards to go. Here comes a charge, though, from Valiant Kiss. And on the outside, TWA Political Beach for Diego Bocanegra. TWA Political Beach just zoomed home from The Heart Won't Lie, and Valiant Kiss finished third. Eight, 4, 5, 7, the top 4 after the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. It's 8, 4, 5, 7, 8. TWA Political Beach, even money first. For the Heart Won't Lie, 8-1 second. 5 Valiant Kiss, 8-1 third. And the 7 She's My Hero with a debut fourth. Stand by for the 5th of the quarter horse Pentafecta. Had all the late money on. Second time starter, TWA Political Beach. Natasha Perez trains Thomas Wiley's homebred. She was bred here in the Hoosier State, and Diego Bocanegra, one of today's quarter 4 jockeys presented by the QHREI. We'll be giving away a $20 race wager. If you took part in today's quarter 4 contest, it's free at the first floor, OTB. Number 6, Monday all over again, was 5th, 8-4, 5-7-6. Stand by for the final for the 300 yards. .583 seconds on the fast track. TW Apolitical Beach at second asking, right down to the maiden ranks. Second ask winner in 15.583. The result of the second race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle the 8, TW Apolitical Beach, with one of today's quarter four jockeys, Diego Bocanegra. TW Apolitical Beach is a 2-year-old sorrel filly by Apolitical Jess out of the Escondido Beach Mare, WH. I'm a Streakin' Beach. Natasha Perez trains for breeder and owner Thomas Wiley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of TW Apolitical Beach out to the maiden juvenile ranks in 15.583 seconds. Results in after race 2. Monday all over again ran 5th. 8-4 exacta paid $40.60. 50-cent trifecta, 845, $54.65. There's the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured throughout the card. This one paid $818.92. Monday all over again was 5th. 8-8 early double, $7.80. 10-cent superfecta, 8457 paid $40.31. She's My Hero was 4th. Monday all over again ran 5th. Favorite was first. All 8 started. 15.583 seconds after the running of race 2. Plenty more to come. Third of 13 on the first of 6 all quarter horse Saturday morning cards here at the shoe. In the third, no scratches, no jockey changes. These reported overweights. 3 EOS Bodacious Boy plus 7. Make the 4 6 over. The 5 7 extra pounds. And number 7 Jess Off the Wagon plus 7 pounds. All 9 run. Exacta trifecta superfecta. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured on the maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 11:41. Into 13 on a fast track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. And they're off. Valiant Kiss hopped and broke slightly inward. Fast starts for Revenant Declared and Brownie Points inside 220 yards to go. Here comes a charge, though, from Valiant Kiss. And on the outside, TW Apolitical Beach for Diego Bocanegra. TW Apolitical Beach just zoomed home from the Heart Won't Lie. And into 13 on a fast track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. And they're off. Valiant Kiss hopped and broke.
9 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The third race is a really hard to handicap maiden. I mean, it's always hard to handicap first-time starters, you guys. So I'll give you the little bit that I can tell you, but we are going to be looking at these horses and how they act, how they feel, how they move. One does look a little antsy. Definitely a nice start to the day here. We started with Tim Eggleston with a win, and then in the second race, I love to see an 8-8 double. Two of my favorites, Tasha wins with Diego up in the second race. So the third race, though, 1, 6, 7 are going to be my selections. Would cover Corona. Eduardo Luna Diaz is on this 2-year-old gelding for Tim Eggleston. Nick Johnson has bred and owns the first-time starter. Gate work on April 9th. May 12th went over the track from the gate as well. I love that they're both gate works. As I said, little antsy. Nothing that assisted. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Woo! Oh, I'm going to jinx him. I'm not going to say it then, but the kid there, he's got it under control. But yeah, these 2-year-olds, I call them firework races. So let's look at the breeding, KV and Corona. So we got Corona Cartel on the sire side. And then the dam, Jess over yonder, is an apolitical Jess. So Corona Cartel, apolitical Jess, just two top names in quarter horse racing. You like that she draws the inside. Hopefully that means she doesn't get bumped from one if she gets bumped from the other. Let's just hope she gets out clean completely. Let's go to the 6 and let them figure her out. Nacho Secret, 8-5 right now on the tote board. Martin Munoz aboard for Ricardo Martinez. Ricardo has bred, owned, and trained this horse. Ricardo Martinez has been in Indiana quarter horse racing since before I was an intern. I mean, I remember him when I was 22 years old. So he knows horses. He's a man of limited words, but I like that. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He doesn't need to explain, go belabor the point whenever you talk to him about his horses. He's got a goal and he gets it done. I like that he started to breed and own his own here in Indiana, obviously being an Indiana bred mare myself. Let's look at the breeding on this one. We've got Habit Secret, no secrets here, and then Favorite Sissy, Favorite Cartel. So pretty good. I like the breeding on the one a little bit more, no offense. And then the May 8th gate work was really good as well here. And then let's round it out with the 7. So I knew the 1 was going to be like that just because that draw especially. So let's go to the 7 at 5-1, which I thought I was going to get more. I was hoping for at least 9-10, but you guys have bet this one down. Jess off the wagon, Rolando Pena aboard for Tim Eggleston. So Tim has let me just confirm, 2 in here. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3. And then Tony has a couple. Definitely a filly who has good breeding as well. I mean, you're looking at PYC Paint Your Wagon on one side and One Sweet Dress on the other, just like that's the dam. Kristen's Shelley Burke bred and owned this one, and Tim's the conditioner. I think it'd be interesting to ask him to explain the difference between training these 2 breeds. But this one, again, good gate works, and that's really what you can go with. And I like his demeanor a little bit better than the 1. I mean, you saw it took 3 people to get that one wrangled. I think Chili, is here to maybe saddle this one since he's got 2 in, but. Chili's gonna saddle here, and he works with his wife Michelle on thoroughbreds, but he also helps with quarter horse. And Tim can't be in 2 places at once, so we've got pretty much Mr. Assistant Trainer Chili. All quarter horses are a little bit hyped up and excited. That's just the nature of a quarter horse. He's acting pretty good considering. I mean, he looks real classy in there, and given his demeanor, I think I like the 7 just a little bit more. There comes the boss to check on it, Tim Eggleston. 5 minutes to the third race. We've got an amazing card for you guys today. I'm going to start the fun promotions later. I'm going to start with a social media contest. And I wrote Cody's script down, our new intern. We'll see if he can handle it in the next race. But we do have a T-shirt toss after 6. We're going to do the duck toss game after 8, a Name That Tune. And then we're going to start with our stakes races today. Do want to give it a shout out to Harley Green and his family. We're all thinking about you. Everyone here loves you, and if he's listening or you guys have this on, he is in the hospital, and we just all want to wish him, all our thoughts and prayers right now, and I know he would want to be here. I don't think this man has ever missed a Harley Green, because he's Harley Green. Good luck.
Lazier, Gary Lazier, bringing the horses onto the track for the third race. Here a state bred quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards, all 9 run. No scratches, no jockey changes. These overweights reported. 3 Eos Bodacious Boy plus 7. 4 Constant Interest 6 over. 5 Cocoa Poppy plus 7 pounds. And the number 7, Jess Off the Wagon plus 7 pounds. 9 run, all 9 first-time starters. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the quarter horse Pentafecta, double pick 3. Close to post time. Get your wagers in. And don't forget to sign up for today's quarter 4 contest. Free to register for Slow Road TB. That's right near our new Railbirds gift shop. Open today. Each time one of our top 4 quarter horse jockeys wins a race, a $20 wager will be drawn. Already Diego Bocanegra on the scoreboard. Danny Martinez, Diego, Eduardo Diaz, and Edgar Diaz, today's quarter 4 jockeys. The contest sponsored by the QHRAI. Fast track, under a minute. arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading for this maiden juvenile dash. Francisco Quintero with Coco Poppy. Wild Over Corona has the rail draw. Eduardo Luna Diaz, one of the quarter four jockeys. First floor OTB to register for the quarter four. Presented by the QHREI. Loading up. Flash and Firefly has taken her spot within the starting gate. They've loaded Nacho Secret, Jess off the wagon. Mo Zumo S up and in. Eos Bodacious Boy. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Constant Interest. Right now, Wild Over Corona. 4 to 5 favorite has the rail draw. Mo Zumo S and one more. Hugo Macias with LB Famous. Favorites Bloodworthy and TWA Political Beach are first two winners. Up comes LB Famous. Even money Wild Over Corona. All 9 juveniles debut at 300 yards. Set. Ready.
No. Hey.
And they're off. Wild Over Corona. Alertly away from the rail for Eduardo Luna Diaz. It's Wild Over Corona slightly shifting out. Here's a charge from Nacho Secret coming after Wild Over Corona. Nacho Secret and Martin Munoz and Wild Over Corona. Wild Over Corona just over Nacho Secret. Mozumo S was third, and then Fly and Flashfly was next. Photo finish after the 300 yards for the maiden juvenile dash. Win photograph. Hold all tickets. One 6-8-2-9-1. Wild Over Corona. Ava Money first. Narrow margin of victory over the 6. Nacho Secret second. 8. Mozumo S. 21 to 1/3 to Flash and Firefly. 17 to 1 was the fourth horse, and the 9. LB Famous was fifth. So there it is. 1-6-8-2-9. One of the 9 first-time starters. 15.673 clocks. Wild Over Corona. Eduardo Luna Diaz, one of today's quarter four jockeys, will be drawing the name of a $20 race wager winner, presented by the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. Race Solto official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the numero uno, Wild Over Corona with Eduardo Luna Diaz. One of the quarter four jockeys. Wild Over Corona is a 2-year-old bay gelding by KVN Corona. Out of Jess Over Yonder by Apolitical Jess. Tim Eggleston trains for Nick Johnson's JF Racing Stables LLC. He was bred here in the Hoosier State by owner JF Racing Stables, Nick Johnson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Wild Over Corona. The 1-6 exacta came down to a photo finish. Wild Over Corona edging Nacho's Secret after 300 yards and 15.673, $14.20. Mozumo S was third. 50-cent trifecta, 168, paid $50, 50 cents. 8-1 double, $10.80. Favorite sweep the first three. 50-cent pick three. 8 with the 8 with the 1, $6.25. The 10-cent superfecta, 1682, $44.41. And the 10-cent quarter horse Grand High Five, the pentafecta wager, featured throughout the card, returned $283.91. LB Famous was fifth. Favorite first, all 9 ran, 15.673 seconds, 15.673. 18 minutes away from the fourth of 13. In the next, no scratches, no jockey changes. 1 El Fulano, 3 over. 6 Candy Girl, 3 over. 7 JLA Hide to Shine, plus 3 pounds. And 8 Streaking Little Jess, totes 3 extra. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, another 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Double pick 3. Post time, 12:09. And the Roth, Wild Over Corona, alertly away from the rail for Eduardo Luna Diaz. It's Wild Over Corona slightly shifting out. Here's a charge from Nacho's Secret coming after Wild Over Corona. Nacho's Secret and Martin Munoz and Wild Over Corona. Wild Over Corona just over Nacho's Secret. Mozumo S was third. And
No.
Today's quarter four winners so far, Rudy Rodriguez and Brooke Mullinex. The winner there after the second race, as Danny Martinez, Eduardo Diaz, Edgar Diaz, and Diego Bocanegra, who were in our second race of the day. Brooke Mullinex and the third race winner, Rudy Rodriguez, picking up the $20 race wagers. Today's quarter four contest, free to sign up. First Flow Road TV, it's sponsored by the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. $20 race wager so far through 3 races to Brooke and Rudy. And while you're there at the First Flow Road TV signing up for today's quarter four contest, don't forget, new this season, we opened it up last Monday. It's the new gift shop here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's Railbirds. It's open today for all of you.
Well, we're up to the 4th race today, Saturday, on our all-quarter horse day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And like I was saying a couple races ago, you're going to see a little bit of everything. So you've seen some maiden races with the very lightly raced young horses. Now we've got some experienced veterans in this $21,000 allowance race. I think you're going to enjoy seeing some of these horses, and a lot of them are stakes winners and competitors at a high level. So it's a little bit different. I'll give you a little different look at everything. Tough to handicap because I think they're all very capable. But we're just going to have to take a stab, and let's go right to the paddock and take a look. And my top choice is going to be number 4, Uzi. Previously raced in Louisiana and is just making his first start in Indiana in the barn of Tony Cunningham. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Freight Train B. He's the high earner in the field, over $138,000 banked so far, and he has some major stakes experience. It starts with maiden and goes up to allowance, and then the stakes level, and then graded stakes level. This horse has been around, this gelding has been around, and some of his races in Louisiana included a second in the 2024 Mardi Gras Futurity. That's a pretty prestigious race, and also the $100,000 Louisiana Champions Juvenile race was a 2-year-old. Now, he's been off since October 4th, but the reason I picked him is because now he's in the barn of Tony Cunningham, and he had a really nice bullet work here on May 14th. He traveled 220 yards in 11.7 seconds, fastest of 10 workers that day. Tony's also going to utilize the flipping halter on this gelding just to get him a little more stabled and focused in the starting gate. So that's my top choice, number 4, Uzi. All right, we've got some other really nice competitors, and we'll talk about number 6, Candy Girl. Also has some stakes experience on her resume. She's a 4-year-old mare sired by Uncle D, and she's in the barn of Jesse Vasquez. Jesse's a really, really solid trainer, and she's had quite a few stakes winners here at Horseshoe Indy. This mare ran 4th in the 2024 Governor Stake. That's a $270,000 race, and she qualified for last year's QHRI Derby and the Distaff Challenge. Jesse's husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, rides for the barn. So that's my second choice. Now we'll go to number 5, and that's He's a Classy Cowboy, bred by Patrick Easter. Very nice gelding by a stallion that's kind of one of the top stallions in the country, and that's Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3. We've seen a lot of those horses sired by Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3, and it lives up to his name, just flies out of the starting gate. Very, very, very accomplished stallion. Well, he was a multiple grade 1 winner, and then a very accomplished stallion. So he's racing for Tony Cunningham again. Last year he was a 2-year-old. He qualified for the leader of the Class Sale Futurity, as well as the very rich Miss Roxy Little Futurity that comes up in October, and that's a $360,000 race. He ran 6th in that, but these things happen. He's a 3-year-old facing older horses, but with some pretty good 2-year-old experience. So check him out. And then I'll round up my top 4 selections with number 2, Miss A.P. Luna's Tide, owned and trained by Oscar Preciado. This is a 5-year-old mare sired by Riptide out of a Mr. Jess Perry mare. So some really kind of nice pedigree there. She's going to be making her 24th career start. So she's had plenty of experience under her belt. And at Horseshoe Indy, she was recently ran last year in the 2025 Indiana Champions Classic. And that's a big race, $100,000 purse. A lot of really experienced horses. So Alberto Cerrone has the call. For Preciado, I think it's definitely this this mare is really worth a look. So we'll go 4, 6, 5, 2 in our 4th race today, and then Rachel will be up to preview the 5th. So I hope you're enjoying all the festivities, and please visit the QHRAI booth right near the paddock. It's a bunch of really nice people that support Indiana quarter horse racing beautifully, and they're offering free face painting for the kiddies. So great day on and off the track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck to all.
The horses call post route now for the 4th race. This allowance dash over the 350 yards. Fast track crosswind, a field of 8. Overweights, the 1 El Fulano plus 3 pounds. 6 Candy Girl, 3 extra pounds. Number 7, JLA Hide the Shine, add 3 pounds to the program weight. 8 Streaky Little Jess, 3 over. Old 8 start. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured here. Double, and this dash starts another 50-cent rolling pick 3 off. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. El Fulano. This will be his 7-year-old seasonal bow. He's a classy cowboy, has joined El Fulano. AP Miss Lunas tied. Candy Girl loaded. Oscar Mike. Leading up Uzi. Isidro Banuelos for Tony Cunningham. Uzi uses a flipping halter. JLA Hide the Shine. Right now, Candy Girl 5-2 favorite. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez for Jesse Vasquez. JLA Hide the Shine. Mayor's taking her spot. One more. Giovanni Flores Munoz with Streaking Little Jess. Fast Track Crosswind. They're in the game. They're off. He's a classic cowboy. Hopped in the air, drifts back toward last. Uzi fires right into action. 220 yards to go. The Louisiana-bred leader is Uzi, engaged toward the inside by AP Miss Lunastide El Fulano, Candy Girl. Here comes Streaky Little Jess, and JLA Hide the Shine joins Uzi at the finish. Uzi holding on from Streaky Little Jess and JLA Hide the Shine. AP Miss Lunastide and Candy Girl after the 350 yards. Photo finish. Photo hold all tickets after the running of race 4. 350 yards. First run of 2026 for Uzi, who scrapes in over Streaking Little Jess and JLA Hide the Shine. Candy Girl, AP Miss Lunas tied. He's a classic cowboy, couldn't overcome, hopping in the air at the start. Stand by for the judges' confirmation. It was 5-1 on Uzi. So there it is, 48762 in frame for Uzi. 5-1. Confirmed the winner of a photo. Number 8, Streakin' Little Jess, 8-5 second. Number 7, JLA, High the Shine, 6-1 third. 6, Candy Girl, 4-1 fourth, and 2, AP Miss Luna's Tide gets into the frame for the Pentafecta. It's Uzi, first up in 2026. Isidro Banuelos, son of Freight Train Bree, trained by Tony Cunningham now for William F. Collins. The Louisiana breadwinner, Uzi, in 17.691. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Enclosure is the 4 Uzi with Isidro Banuelos. Uzi is a 4-year-old brown gelding by Freight Train B. And a BP 1-speed policy by 1-speed Jess. Tony Cunningham trains now for owner William F. Collins. Uzi was bred in the Pelican State by Darrell Williams. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Uzi. The 4-8 exacta paid $50.60. Uzi capped off a 50-cent pick 3. 8 with the 1 with the 4. Paid $14.60. 50-cent trifecta 487, $58.55. 1-4 double $16.60. 10-cent superfecta paid $40.83. And with AP Miss Luna's Tide 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta returned $37.91. All 8 started, 17.691, fast crosswind. 20 minutes away. Race 5 is next on Saturday's docket. 5th of 13. Scratch from the maiden over the 330 yards to Zuman Cartel 6. Take out the 12 Esprit Destinado, 13 Apolitical Elmo, and the 14 Don't You See? 11 HF He's a Brick House. Draws in, breaks from post 2. The jockey will be Leonardo Rodriguez. Leonardo Rodriguez rides number 11, HF He's a Brick House. No Lasix. Disregard that L in your program. No Lasix for 11, HF He's a Brick House. Overweights, the 1 is 3 over. The 4, Flying Knockout, 1, 2, 3 plus 5. 5, Last Famous Eagle, 2 extra pounds. 6, Valiant Beecher plus 4. 8, Mulligan, 4 over. 9, Lazuman, 4 over. Also, no equipment changes in the maiden. No equipment changes for the 7, LC Dancer Mary, and 9, Lazuman. Disregard the equipment changes listed in your program. No change of equipment for the 7 and the number 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, double. The next rolling 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. Post time will be at 12:37. Little Jazz Fast Track Crosswind. They're in the gate. They're off. He's a classy cowboy, hopped in the air, drifts back toward last. Uzi fires right into action, 220 yards to go. The Louisiana-bred leader is Uzi, engaged toward the inside by AP Miss Lunastide, now Fulano, Candy Girl. Here comes Streaky Little Jess, and JLA Hide the Shine joins Uzi at the finish. Uzi holding on from Streaky Little Jess and JLA Little Jess. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Here's one we don't see very often. It's a maiden claiming race, and it's for quarter horses. It's 3-year-olds and up, and they're going 330 yards, was just key for one of my picks here. I did have the 2, and it's out today. So I threw in the rail in my selections, but let's start with my top pick, the 6, and everyone else is at 4 to 5 in this event. It is Valiant Beecher, and I just love Valiant Hero and One Valiant Hero babies. Look at that horse. That horse looks like it's going to Hollywood. It's sleek, it's shiny, its coat's gorgeous. It looks like he's not amped up. Oh my gosh, look at him. He's just a beast. I mean, the flesh on this guy. Could not say enough about him. So, funny little tidbit, all of the first 4 races have been won by T-names, and one of them was Tony Cunningham. It's been Tim, Tasha, Tim, and Tony today. So Tim with a training double already, and Tony is looking to get one here, and I think he's got a pretty good shot because this guy just loves to get second, loves to be right there behind the winner, but will not pass. You know, 330 yards he's ran before. I know it doesn't, you're thinking, who cares about the distance? You know, it could be. It's not a huge difference from what he's been running. You can tell he does not like his, you know, biggest losses have been at 400, so maybe he wants to go this distance. You can tell he feels good, though, shaking his head. Danny Martinez is aboard. And Danny's looking for his first one on the card. And then I put the rail in. I think the inside's going to do well today. We've had a second and a win from the rail position today already. Mackenzie's Foose. This one, Cisco Quintero, is in the irons for Hector Sanchez. This is a 4-year-old mare. Willie Johnson has bred and owned this lady. And she's only ran 3 times. So she started in February at Louisiana and ended up, that was her best run. And it was at 350 yards. She's 17-8. She had good movement. She just was second best. Then she tried again, but she came up straight out of the gate. So we're going to draw a line through that one. And then that was her first time in Indiana. I think she's going to do better. She also was in the 4-hole. She's never drawn the 1. And look, she's posing with her cute groom. They're just 2 beautiful ladies together. Oh, great wave, honey. Good job. Okay, so those 2 are my favorite. And then we're going to go to the 10. This one was a little bit of my long shots, 14-1. You guys haven't caught on yet to Want a Sweet Treat. Want a Sweet Treat, I think, has a good shot on the outside as well. Other than the fact that this guy literally, you know, I'm just like the Prez, Dave Portnoy. I love a gray. I just think of unicorns when I see them, and my little dorky horse girl heart gets to pitter-pattering. But Christian Penolza is the jockey, and then Jesse Vasquez has the Venturas ready to go, I think, today in this race. I think he needs it. I think that he's another horse that doesn't really know how to get out of his own way. He hasn't gotten a whole lot of trouble, but they put a flipping halter on him in here, and I think that's going to help. He's been bumped. The race before that on April 8th, he broke through the gate. They had to handle that and reload. He did have a barn change from Texas and came to here with Jesse. But gosh, the way he's moving, kind of shaking his head up and down, like you can tell he's ready to go. His little spiky mane. I mean, I'm sorry, guys, but that is a good-looking horse. Dappled out. I don't think he's shown really what he can do. Poor guy. He definitely needs to get out of his own way, but I love that he's on the outside. He does have the 11, did draw in. Make note of that. You know, the coveted outside spots usually because you don't have to deal with other horses. Yeah, he's definitely ready to go. Put some money on the 10. 6-1-10 for me here in the 5th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Don't forget, it's Cody's first social media contest all by himself. I'm going to go down there and babysit him. I wouldn't just throw him in the deep end without floaties, but it is going to be his first time solo social media contest, so definitely got to go down there and check that out. Jockeys are legging up and horses are headed to the track, you guys, for the 5th race. And good luck.
Nice job, Gino and Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, bringing them on the track for the 5th race. Maiden dash here over the 330 yards. Fast track with that crosswind. Scratch 2, Zoom In Cartel 6. 12, Esprit Destinado. Scratch 13, Apolitical Elmo. And 14, Don't You See? 11, HF, He's a Brick. House. Draws in. The jockey, Leonardo Rodriguez, will break from post 2. No Lasix for 11, HF, He's a Brick House, drawing in with that jockey change. 1, Mackenzie Foos plus 3 pounds. Number 4, Flying Knockout, 1, 2, 3, and 5. 5, Last Famous Eagle, 2 over. Makes the weight there now 128 corrected. The 6, Valiant Beecher, totes 4 extra pounds here in the maiden. 8, Mulligan plus 4. 9, Lazuman, 4 pounds over. Disregard the equipment changes for the 7, Elsie Dancer Mary, and 9, Lazuman. No change of equipment for numbers 7 and 9. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes to get a bet on. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Francisco Quintero with Mackenzie Foos. First to take her position in the starting gate here for this maiden dash. Leonardo Rodriguez with HF. He's a brick house. Let's join Mackenzie Foos. VM Girls Flying Higher. LC Dancer Mary uses a flipping halter. VM Girls Flying Higher loaded. Valiant Beecher, Danny Martinez for Tony Cunningham. Mulligan. Right now, even money, Valiant Beecher. 15 race maiden, Valiant Beecher favored over the 330 yards. Flying Knockout 1, 2, 3, Last Famous Eagle. Now they're moving Want a Sweet Treat. It's the correct post. Want a Sweet Treat uses a flipping halter. That leaves one back. Hugo Macias with La Zuman. Valiant Beecher, 8-5 favorite. Up comes La Zuman. All in line. And the raw Valiant Beecher couldn't have broken any better. Nearest the inside, here comes VLM Girls Flying Higher, along with nearest the inside Mackenzie Foos and HF. He's a brick house on the outside. It's Valiant Beecher with toward the inside. VM Girls Flying Higher, VM Girls Flying Higher, and Valiant Beecher. Photo finish, close call, then Want a Sweet Treat and Flying Knockout 1, 2, 3. This one's up to the judges. Photo finish. Win photograph. This is close. The verdict in. 6, Valiant Beecher. 2-1 first. A nose over 3, VM Girls Flying Higher. 23-1. Just missed. Good effort. The 10, Want a Sweet Treat, was third. The 4, Flying Knockout 1, 2, 3, fourth. And number 5, Last Famous Eagle for the quarter horse pentafecta. Valiant Beecher. Danny Martinez One of today's quarter four jockeys. Another win on the card for Tony Cunningham. Valiant Beecher in his 16th run gets the gold today. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 6th, Valiant Beecher with Danny Martinez, one of the quarter four jockeys. We'll be giving away another $20 race wager courtesy of the QH-REI. Valiant Beecher is a 4-year-old bay gelding by One Valiant Hero. And She's a Lethal Dash by He's a Fast Dash, owned and trained by Tony Cunningham. With another win on the card, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Valiant Beecher. Breaks through out to the maiden ranks. Result official. Results after the maiden. 17.057 seconds for Valiant Beecher's maiden breaker. 17.057 seconds. 6-3 exacta. A nose between them. After the win photograph, paid $102.40. 50-cent trifecta, 6-3-10, $260.40. 4 and 6 double, paid $40.80. Another winner on the card for Tony Cunningham. Flying Knockout 1-2-3 was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, paid $307.64. Pick 3, $17.30. $1 early pick 4. 4 out of 4. Return $64.60. 50-cent early pick 5. 5 out of 5, $124.45. And the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, paid $1,864.64. Last Famous Eagle ran 5th in the maiden. 17.057 fast crosswind. On to the 6th we go. Another quarter horse maiden juvenile dash on the day. 250 yards. Scratch the 3, Beach Train. 3, Beach Train has been scratched. No rider changes on these overweights. The 1 AP Lovely Corona plus 4 pounds. Make the 4 plus 7. 5 plus 2. The 7 plus 2 pounds. 8 Classy Beach Leader plus 7. And 10 GV Kingstone, 6 extra pounds. Scratch the blue 3. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another quarter horse pentafecta featured. And on we go with the rolling doubles and pick 3s. 13 races after all. Fast track post time will be at 1:05. And the raw Valiant Beecher couldn't have broken any better. Nearest the inside, here comes VLM Girls Flying Higher, along with nearest the inside, Mackenzie Foos and HFE's a Brick House on the outside. It's Valiant Beecher with toward the inside, VM Girls Flying Higher, VM Girls Flying Higher, and Valiant Beecher. Photo finish, close call, then Want a Sweet Treat, and Flying Knockout.
All right, everyone, it's time for our social media contest. This is a fairly simple contest. We got a lot of really cool prizes to give away, so I would really take advantage of this if I were you guys. All you have to do is follow us on social media. It can be our Twitter page, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, whatever your heart desires. Just give us a follow. Once you do that, come down to the winner's circle, show us some sort of proof that you followed us, and we got a bunch of cool free swag to give away to you guys.
Well, we're back close to the paddock for our 6th race of this festive all-quarter horse day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's been pretty exciting so far, and we've got much more to come. So let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of these horses. Now, these are maiden 2-year-olds. Ooh, none of them have ever competed in a race before. So some of them are going to be very professional today and do a great job. Others are going to need this for the experience, and they'll mature and do a little bit better next time. You as a fan can certainly look in the paddock, see how they're behaving, if they're calm, if they're responding well to their handler, or if they're rearing or bucking or kicking or sweating profusely. They're maybe a little bit too nervous for today. We'll get calmed down and do better next time out. That's just a subjective opinion here. All right, well, let's go and take a look at a few of my selections. I'm going to begin with number 6, Smoking Down the Beach. My top choice, this is a gelding by Flair for Ivory, owned by Buddy Presley, trained by Tim Eggleston. Standout winner in his training race. And these are 250-yard heats that they load into the gate, and it's a simulation of an actual race. And when you run as fast as this horse did, covering the 250 yards in 14.02, that's a very good barometer. We've seen several of these horses by Tim and Tony Cunningham come out and fire at first asking. So that's what I'm counting on, and we'll see how this 2-year-old does in his debut. Okay, how about number 10, and that's G.V. Kingstone, ran second in his training race on April 10th, crossed the wire in 14.35 seconds. Now, that's not as fast as my top choice, but trainer Jesse Vasquez has this gelding by Brimstone out of a paint mare. So paints are speedy, so you're going to see some interesting pedigree here. And she brought this gelding to the track for a work, and he was impressive, 220 yards in 11:66 seconds. The far outside post may be very helpful for this starter because he won't be impeded by anybody on the outside. And sometimes when horses draw in the middle, they've got the, to their inside and outside. If they act up, it can affect their performance. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for his wife, they have a great racing operation. He'll be in the saddle. All right, let's go next to number 4, and that's Cat 5 Kate. This is a filly bred by Keith Bodie and owned and trained by Tony Cunningham. I've spoken about him and his prowess with these young horses. It's really good. Sired by 5 Bar Cartel out of a Mr. Jess Perry mare, so certainly some top-notch pedigree there. No training races, but 2 works for her debut coming into today's all-quarter horse event. Tony is currently on top of the standings with 8 wins. He's great with his juveniles, and Danny Martinez, his go-to rider, is just 4 wins away from tying or breaking the record for all-time leading quarter horse jockey. That currently belongs to Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. So a lot of history here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Really some great results in the past and more to come in the future. All right, I got one more runner to preview, and that will be number 2, Kiss Me Over Politics. And I promise not to go into the name or talk about politics today in these previews. Too controversial. We got to stick to horse racing. But this is a really well-bred filly. For JF Racing Stables, Tim Eggleston is the trainer. Second in her April 24th training race. She finished in 14:31 seconds. Rolando Pena, he's the jockey, but much more than that. He's a huge part of Eggleston Racing team, and I know that he's missed in Louisiana. He used to ride down there, and Tim snatched him up, and he's not going back. I can assure you of that. But 6-10-4-2 for my selections, and I'll be back to preview race 7, and we're going up to the allowance level, registered Indiana-bred 3-year-olds and up, so lots to look forward to. Good luck to everybody in this race.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 6th race. This maiden juvenile dash over the 250-yard distance. Fast track, a field of 9. Scratch 3, Beach Train. Scratch the 3. No rider changes, overweights. The 1 AP Lovely Corona plus 4 pounds. 4 Cat 5 Kate plus 7. The 5 is 2 over. Make the 7 2 pounds over. The 8 is 7 extra pounds over the program weight, and the 10 GV Kingstone 6 over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, double pick 3. Close, 2 post. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. AP Lovely Corona. Smoking down the beach. Kiss Me Over Politics. Wanda Pena has a win on the card. Kiss Me Over Politics went in okay. Luna Lovegood. Cat 5 Kate. Classy Beach Leader. Saul Lopez with Eye for the Win. Like Cat 5 Kate, both were Tony Cunningham with a couple of wins on the card. Eye for the Win. Check out Liz 897 facing up to the gate. Here over the 250 yards. Fast track with a crosswind. So stand by. One more, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with GV Kingstone. Smoking Down the Beach, 2-1 favorite. Eduardo Luna Diaz for Tim Eggleston. And here's GV Kingstone. One of the first time starters is GV Kingstone. Starter Oscar Quiroz has the trigger in hand. Ready. And they're off. Toward the inside, Cat 5K broke slightly in where it just leads them. Here comes Smoking Down the Beach and Luna Lovegood also with a charge, but with Eduardo Luna Diaz Smoking Down the Beach out to the maiden juvenile ranks from Cat 5 Kate. Luna Lovegood third and Eye for the Win finish fourth. Six, 4, 7, 5, 2, 6. Smoking Down the Beach. 9-5 first. Had the money on. Takes out the maiden. Over 4, Cat 5 Kate. 5-2 on the runner-up. 7, Luna Lovegood. 14-1 third. Number 5, Eye for the Win was fourth. And 2, Kiss Me Over Politics getting into the frame for the quarter horse Pentafecta featured on the maiden. It's gone to Smoking Down the Beach, was one of the newcomers. Another on the card for Tim Eggleston. Here for Buddy Presley, the son of Flair for Ivory. Smoking Down the Beach. Hold all tickets until official. Your attention, please. The stewards calling for an inquiry into the running of the maiden juvenile over the 250 yards. Focal point of the inquiry on some unplaced horses. Unofficial 64752. Hold on until official. Inquiry concerning the maiden running. The steward's inquiry has been withdrawn with regard to the running of the maiden juvenile. No changes made to the running order of finish. 64752, inquiry withdrawn. Eduardo Luna Diaz, one of today's quarter four jockeys. That contest presented by QHREI, the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. We'll be giving away another $20 race wager, courtesy of QHREI. The quarter four contest, free to sign up. First Flow Road TB, where the Railbirds gift shop is open now too. In the Murphy Trellis Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Smoking Down the Beach with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Smoking Down the Beach is a 2-year-old gray gelding by Flair for Ivory. And a Beach Runner by Escondido Beach. 3 on the day for Tim Eggleston. This newcomer for Buddy Presley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Smoking Down the Beach. The 6-4 exacta paid out $27.40, 50-cent trifecta. 647, $67.45. 6-6 double, $38.60. $78.38 paid out the 10-cent superfecta. I for the win was 4th. Pick 3 capped off by Smoking Down the Beach, $87, and the 10-cent pentafecta paid $156.83. Kiss Me Over Politics ran 5th. 64752. Again, there was an inquiry, general inquiry into the running of the maiden juvenile. Stewards making no changes to the order. Official after race 6. It's halftime here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 13 races carded. 3 stakes still to come on the first Old Quarter Horse Saturday morning card of the meet. On to the 7th we go of 13, 18 minutes away in the next dash. Scratch the also eligible 11 Beach Chicks. No Beach Chicks today. The AE11 did not draw in. Number 3, AJK Sakaro Cowgirl, 2 pounds over. The 5, Queen VN Chick is 4 pounds over. Number 7, See Ya, Don't Wanna Be Ya, 4 pounds over. The 8, Absolute Domination, plus 6 pounds. And the 10, Cowgirl Beach, will tote 4 extra pounds. Scratch the AE number 11. For those keeping score, 3 on the card for Tim Eggleston. Tony Cunningham's won a couple. And Natasha Perez also on the Saturday score sheet. 7th race post time will be at 1:33. Don't forget, open today, Railbirds, the gift shop. New this season, right there on the first floor.
All right, everybody, it is time for the t-shirt toss, and we have the 2026 shirts. We've got Silks and Roses shirts. What are the white ones? The Road to Louisville contest shirts. So come on out here to the winner's circle, everybody. It's time for the t-shirt toss. It's completely free. All right, now we got a crowd, baby. Are you going to say 1, 2, 3, toss?
No.
1, 2, 3.
3, toss.
1, 2, 3, toss!
Starter Oscar Quiroz has the trigger in hand, ready, and they're off. Toward the inside, Cat 5 K broke slightly in where it just leads them. Here comes Smoking Down the Beach and Luna Lovegood also with a charge, but with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Smoking Down the Beach out to the maiden juvenile ranks from Cat 5 Kate. Luna Lovegood. Starter Oscar Quiroz has the trigger in hand, ready, and they're off.
Well, we're already at the halfway mark. I guess it's kind of hard to have a halfway mark when there's 13 races, but we're maybe right at there. But we've got race 7 coming up here on our all-quarter horse day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And this is a $19,500 allowance race for registered Indiana breds 3 years and up, which have never won 2 races. So unlike some of these maidens we've seen when we virtually have no past performances to go by, you're going to see in this field there's several that have stood out, have completely come up the ladder from the maiden ranks to the allowance, and are going for their 3rd win. So it's going to be a pretty good race, in my opinion. All right, well, let's go to the paddock, and my top choice is going to be number 8, Absolute Domination. Kind of lived up to his name lately, to tell you the truth. Even as a 3-year-old, certainly had some good results, a 1st and 2 seconds already on his resume, sired by a very nice horse who major Derby success story, and that was Dominion, owned and bred by Ted Harpold, and Tony Cunningham trains him. Now, he qualified for the Miss Roxy Little Juvenile. That's the undercard for the Miss Roxy Futurity for horses that finished 11th through 20th in qualifying times. And then he won that race, and that was a $30,000 purse. So that's certainly a little tough when you're right on the cusp of getting $360,000, but still, winning a race is a race, and that helps. And so I think this horse really has accomplished something as a 2-year-old. He's already won this year in his 3-year-old campaign. Well, actually, he ran 2nd on May 13th, which was just his first start as a 3-year-old. So I think that was good. That was his first start at the allowance level, and I think he had a really good speed figure. I think he's well spotted for this. So that's my top choice, Absolute Domination. We'll go next to the far outside post, and that's number 10, Cowgirl Beach, going to make her 7th career start for trainer Jesse Vasquez. Sherry Miller bred this filly by Flying Cowboy 123. And I don't want to be a broken record, but I'm telling you, you see these Flying Cowboy 123 proteges across the country, and this is the top-ranked stallion currently in North America racing. So I don't want to belabor him. There's so many other good stallions, but he's tough. He was a graded stakes winner, and his progeny is just zooming to the wire time after time again. So this horse also qualified for the Miss Roxy Constellation, running 4th behind my top choice. This is going to be her first start of 2026, but she's had 2 works to prepare her for her 3-year-old season. All right, we'll move to number 4, and that's Apolitical Ocean, a veteran 4-year-old mare by Political Jess, bred by Duke Racing and trained by Guadalupe Aravallo. She's made 20 starts, so we're talking about some serious experience here with this mare, and just, you know, 1 win to her credit, but she's hit the board in 8 starts of her career. So that means she knows how to pick up checks. She'll be ridden by Fernando Morin. I'm a big fan of his. He's one of the more underrated jockeys. He doesn't ride for the big barns, but when he rides for several trainers, he does very well. And I think, you know, 60% in the money is his percentage. So I always pay attention to the Fernando Morin mounts. All right, and I'm going to round up my top 4 with number 5, and that's Queen VN Chick, trained by Claudio Barazza, who's firing at 53% in the money. He's always tough here. This is a classy filly sired by KVN Corona. That's a grade 1 winner, a very impressive horse several years ago, now producing some good runners. Queen VN Chick qualified for 2 futurities last year. Let me tell you, that's not easy. The futurity trials are very tough. She actually ended up qualifying and running 8th in the 360,000 Miss Roxy Little Futurity. That's the richest one we have. Obviously, I'm sure the connections would have rather won or finished, you know, higher in the money, but still, experience is experience. She's got 1 work on May 4th. She may need this, but I've got to credit her for running against some of the top juveniles last year at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 8, 10, 4, 5, that's my top 4 for this one. And Rachel's going to be up next, and now we're going into trials. 3-year-old trials for the QHRAI Derby. It's going to be super exciting. We're going to see the 10 fastest qualifiers return for the final on June 18th. So we just moving and gunning and moving at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and hope you're enjoying today's program.
Gino bringing the horses onto the track for the 7th race. It's the 7th of 13 on this first all-quarter horse card of the meet. Here with the 330 yards, fast track crosswind. Scratch the also eligible number 11, Beach Chicks. Scratch the number 11 was an also eligible. No rider changes. Reported overweights. 3 AJK Socorro Cowgirl +2. The 4 Queen VN Chick is 4 over. Number 7, See You Don't Want to Be You, 4 pounds over. The 8 Absolute Domination +6 pounds, and the 10 Cowgirl Beach, 4 pounds over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The Dash Hero with a 330 features another 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta bet. The start of another rolling double and 50-cent pick 3 on races 7, 8, and 9. Fast track, 2 minutes to post time. It's due in 2. near the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. HF Just Reno. Blackberry Kiss. Runaway Deluxe. AJK Sakaro Cowgirl has taken her position within the starting gate. See You Don't Want to Be You. Queen Vian Chick coming up. Absolute Domination. Danny Martinez, one of the quarter four jockeys. A Political Ocean. Grano Dioro. Grano Dioro uses a flipping halter at 330 yards. Fast track with a crosswind, so stand by one more. First run of 2026 for Cowgirl Beach with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. They're in the gate. Indiana Breds away. Some crowding in the middle. Good start for HF Just Reno past the 330. Queen Vian Chick on the outside. This run by Absolute Domination, and Cowgirl Beach is over here on the stand side. It's Absolute Domination with Queen Vian Chick. Absolute Domination sizzles at the shoe. Queen Vian Chick was second, and Grano Dioro finished third. (849) and then a show photo for fourth place is the photo. 849 photo. Stand by for the fourth and fifth. Absolute Domination. The pink 8 at 9-5 over 4 Queen Vian Chick. 33-1. Grano Dioro was third. And stand by for the fourth. That was bunched at the wire. It's 849 photos for fourth and fifth. Well, Tony Cunningham joins Tim Eggleston with 3 on the day. Here's Absolute Domination. Danny Martinez, one of today's quarter four jockeys, will be announcing the name of the latest $20 race wager winner. The quarter four today presented by the QHREI. It's gone to Absolute Domination, and he was sharp. The judges have posted number 2, Blackberry Kiss, fourth. And the 5, Apolitical Ocean, was fifth for the Pentafecta. It's gone 8-4-9. 2 and the 5 followed. (16.539 seconds for Absolute Domination after the 330 yards. Fast track crosswind, 16.539. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8th Absolute Domination with Danny Martinez. Absolute Domination is a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by Dominion. Out of the lead the field mare, Bornta Beecha. Tony Cunningham for 3. Winner's owned by Indiana breeder Ted J. Harpold. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Absolute Domination. It's official. $8-4 Exacta paid $44.60. The 10-cent Pentafecta with a Political Ocean 5th returned $1,246.98. 50-cent pick 3, $37.90, capped off by Absolute Domination. 50-cent Trifecta paid $284.70. 6-8 double $25.60, and the 10-cent Superfecta 8492 returned a wheat penny under $145. 16.539 fast crosswind. Next, the first of 3 trials for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby over the 400 yards, races 8, 9, and 10, the trials. And the next one, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 1, Remember to Queen, 5 pounds over. 2, Joyful Dynasty, 5 pounds over the weight. The 6, Skrill, plus 2 pounds, makes it there now 128. 5, Favorite Bandit, add 4 pounds to the weight. Medication note, first time Lasix. For 5, Favorite Bandit, that designation L1. First time Lasix, it'll be for the green 5. The 7 WR Hotshot 5 over. 8 Gold Hearted Policy is 5 over. And the 10 Semia Dynasty HG plus 5 pounds. 10 start. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the quarter horse Pentafecta, double, and the 50-cent pick 3s roll on and on. Post time 2:01. Indiana Breds away. Some crowding in the middle. Good start for HF Just Reno past the 3:30. Queen Vienne Chick on the outside. This run by Absolute Domination, and Cowgirl Beach is over here on the stand side. It's Absolute Domination with Queen Vienne Chick. Absolute Domination sizzles at the shoe. Queen Vienne Chick was second, and Greno. And thanks to all that have taken part in today's Quarter 4 contest presented by the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. A few more Quarter 4 winners to announce right now. Jerry Miller picking up a $20 race wager. So good going, Jerry. Good luck with your $20 race wager courtesy of the QHREI. Mike Christian also picking up the $20 race wager. That coming after the 6th race. Won here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today by Eduardo Luna Diaz. Mike picking up a $20 race wager. And after the last one run, Steve Sharon picking up a $20 race wager after Danny Martinez, one of today's Quarter 4 jockeys, won the dash with absolute domination, giving Tony Cunningham his 3rd win of the day. The latest winners of today's Quarter 4 contest, once again, Jerry Miller after the 5th race, Mike Kristen after the 6th race, and after absolute domination's win in 16.539, Steve Sharon. Congratulations to all. Free to enter. First floor OTB. Railbirds Gift Shop. Open there now.
We're 8 minutes to race 8. 8-8. Ladies and gentlemen, for 88, I'm going to do 6, 7, 8. We are going to kick off the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRAI Derby Trials. Very happy to be partnering with the QHRAI. I am very lucky to have all of our wonderful horse racing groups, the ITOBA, HBPA, and the QHRAI, who they just really do care about investing in horse racing. Definitely want to get into owning a horse here in the state of Indiana, whether it be a quarter or a thoroughbred. Do want to let you guys know that our sale this year is going to be teamed up with ITOBA. QHRAI and ITOBA are going to get together for the yearling and mixed sale. Session 1 is the thoroughbred and quarter horse yearlings, and then session 2 is breeding stock and horses of racing age. It is Saturday, October 17th. It's going to be at the Hoosier Horse Park in Edinburgh. Very happy that they're going after this. Our Mr. Austin Nix is going to be the auctioneer. He put a sign out there on the fence, so shout out to Austin for doing that too. Just great job at promoting and getting you guys' info out. Saturday, October 17th at the Hoosier Horse Park. Be sure to check out the yearling sale for our Indiana breds. As we're 7 minutes to post, the even money favorite is the 6. And we see it here for the QHRAI Derby Trials. Now, I'll let you guys know that the 10 fastest times from the trials go into the stakes race. If you're new to horse racing or if you've seen thoroughbred a little bit, it is very different. It doesn't matter if you win or get second or whatever, the 10 fastest times from the group will go on to the final. The 6 here, just looking picture perfect. Him and his groom, TW Streaking Cowboy, getting loved on a little bit. Diego Bocanegra is looking for a riding double here, as he did win the second race. Speaking of which, we also have Danny Martinez, who just scored a double as well. This is a gelding who, well, first of all, looks amazing. Tasha has the T thing going for her, the trainer. All of our races today have been won by T names. 3 for Tim Eggleston, 3 for Tony Cunningham, and 1 for Tasha, so she could make this a double. This one's the first out for 2026. A bullet, lots of good works here from the gate. India up on top, knows how to finish in the mornings. Let's see if we can get it going in the afternoon. This one's never been worse than, well, not ever. One of the times he got walked off, so I'm not going to count that. But all the other races have been wins or a second place finish. So success. This cowboy knows success, and he's like a ham for the camera. Oh, it's Hannah. Hannah, I didn't realize it was you standing there loving on him. That is Tasha's daughter who's taking care of him. And he's shaking his head. Yes, that is Hannah. She's amazing with horses. She also rodeos, and I've seen her grow up since she was a baby. So weird still. WR Hotshot, the 7. Right now on the tote board, 8-1. And Tim Eggleston looking for 4 here. This one is owned by Whittemire Ranch, Raymond Whitmire as well. 3-year-old gelding, 1 famous eagle. American Runaway is the grandsire on the dam contemporary. This is Oklahoma. This is an Oklahoma bred, so I'm not quite sure as much as I normally am. So yeah, I definitely think that this one has a good shot. I mean, look at all the times that this horse has. I love reading the comments, especially the ones here, because I know Craig, he's like the best quarter horse caller. Popped first away. Like if he says that, that means that horse broke out of there sharp. I don't take that lightly. Eduardo Luna Diaz is looking for a double as well. And this horse is another one that has just been first or second in almost every career start. Let's run it out with the 8, Gold Hearted Policy. The 8 is 11-1 right now on the tote board. Good Hearted Policy gets Danny Martinez aboard. Danny's looking for a double right in here for Mr. Tony Cunningham. It says that Tony is close to a milestone on Equibase. The T thing he's got going, and also we're a few away from 1,000. Now, I got to check that on Equibase, because when I looked it up a couple races ago, it was 994. So we'll keep an eye on Tony This one also, a couple races that I think had excuses because he went way out. If 8 has, I wish this horse would draw more to the inside, but even when he did, he kind of went out. Now look when he has been on the inside, which was the last race, he came out with a 2-hole and was second by a neck. That's why I put this one third. If he would have drawn on the outside, I would have put the 8 much higher. And I mean, this is a nice long shot at 11-1. Horses are heading to the track for the 8th race. This is the first of our trials for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRAI Derby Trials. Good luck.
Stepping onto the track for the 8th race, the first Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Trial. Over the 400 yards will be races 8, 9, and 10, the 3 trials for the QHREI Derby. Fast track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 10 start. 1 Remember the Queen, 5 over. 2 Joyful Dynasty plus 5 pounds. 3 Skrill is 2 over. 5 Favorite Bandit, 4 pounds over the weight. First time Lasix for 5 Favorite Bandit, L1. First Lasix for the green 5. The 7 WR Hot Shot, 5 over. 8 Gold Hearted Policy plus 5 pounds. And 10 Semia Dynasty HG. And 5 pounds to the listed program weight. 10 start. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, double pick 3, and close to a start. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Diego Bocanegra with TW Streaking Cowboy, joined by WR Hotshot as they break side by side. Right now 4-5 on TW Streaking Cowboy. Remember the Queen has the rail draw. All 10 start. The first 3 of them loaded. Fernando Morin with Joyful Dynasty being led up. Gold-Hearted Policy. Danny Martinez for Tony Cunningham. Going for another win on the card. Antonio Rodriguez with Skrill. First Angel uses a flipping halter. Favorite Bandit coming up. Just a couple of them back of the starting gate. Cesar Escueda with LB Tempting Corona. And one more. Francisco Quintero with Samia Dynasty HG to post 10. And they're off. And WR Hotshot fast away, coming down to the 220 mark. Nearest the inside is Remember the Queen. In between them is TW Streaking Cowboy launching a bid. Here comes TW Streaking Cowboy with WR Hotshot. TW Streaking Cowboy and WR Hotshot. Photo finish, WR Hotshot and TW Streaking Cowboy. Remember the Queen was third and Skrill finished fourth. Photo finish. The first of 3 trials for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHRII Derby. Late surge from WR Hotshot. Eduardo Luna Diaz or Tim Eggleston brings up another on the card. TW Streaking Cowboy was making his first run of the year. Remember the Queen, Skrill. Gold-Hearted Policy and Favorite Bandit. Standing by for the judges' confirmation, WR Hotshot. Popped and never stopped. Again, hold all tickets until posted official. We're standing by for the judges' confirmation after the first of the 3 Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby trials. So there it is, 76138. Inquiry into the running. First number 7, WR Hotshot. at 7-2 over the 6. TW Streaking Cowboy, 1-5 on the runner-up. Both were making their first runs of 2026. The 1 Remember the Queen was 3rd, 3 Squill 4th, and the 8 Gold Hearted Policy was 5th, unofficial. Note the steward's inquiry concerns just after the break. At the 400-yard start, concentrating their inquiry on the 8 Gold Hearted Policy. The unofficial 5th horse, 8 Gold Hearted Policy, part of a steward's review just after the 400-yard start. Is WR Hotshot, 19.856 seconds, in the first Horseshoe Indianapolis QH REI Derby Trial. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 7 WR Hotshot with Eduardo Luna Diaz, one of the quarter four jockeys. Another $20 race wager to be given out today, courtesy of the QHREI. WR Hotshot is a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by One Famous Eagle. Out of Contemporary by American Runaway. It's a 4th for Tim Eggleston on the day. Trains WR Hotshot for owner Raymond A. Whitmire. The winner was bred in Oklahoma by Whitmire Ranch. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the first of our 3 Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Trial winners. WR Hotshot over TW Streaking Cowboy in 19.856 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The stewards have made a disqualification. Number 8, Gold Hearted Policy, has been disqualified from 5th and placed 8th for interference and bearing out in the early stages of the 400-yard first trial for the QHREI Derby. Number 8, Gold Hearted Policy, has been disqualified after an inquiry from 5th, the number 8, and will be placed 8th for causing interference with those outside runners just a few yards after the 400-yard break. 7-6-1-3. And with the disqualification, number 5, Favorite Bandit, has now been placed 5th. So there it is in frame, 7-6-1-3, and the 5 Favorite Bandit gets promoted to 5th. And there's that DQ note. Race 8 official as we go to the 9th of 13. 7-6 exacta, $21.60. 8-7 double pay, $21.60. Remember the Queen was 3rd. 50-cent trifecta, 7-6-1, returned at even $17. 10-cent superfecta, $17.60. Skrilla was 3rd. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by WR Hotshot, $16.35, and Favorite Bandit was placed 5th. The 10-cent Pentafecta returned $468 and change. 10 ran, 19.856 seconds. WR Hotshot sets the 400-yard standard. The top 10 fastest qualifiers go on to the final for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby, 19.856, the top time through the first of 3 trials. 18 minutes away from the 9th. Here, there are no scratches and no jockey changes. Overweights, the 1 Sydney Jack plus 5. The 3 is 4 over. 5 Kiss a Corona plus 5 pounds. Make the number 7 5 over. The number 8 is Dr. Cocktail Hour 5 over. And the 9 Candy Jar plus 4 pounds. 10 start. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta double. Start to the 50-cent Late Fire 5. Pick 3 on races 9, 10, 11. Lot wagering wise, place your wagers by 2:32. And they're off. And WR Hotshot fast away, coming down to the 2:20 mark. Nearest the inside is Remember the Queen. In between them is TW Streaking Cowboy launching a bid. Here comes TW Streaking Cowboy with WR Hotshot. TW Streaking Cowboy and WR Hotshot. Photo finish, WR Hotshot and TW Streaking Cowboy. Remember the Queen was 3rd and Skrill finished 4th.
All right, everybody, here momentarily. All right, everybody, here momentarily we're going to be playing the duck toss game after this replay and some of our prices. So if you've got little kids here, if anybody has little kids that are here in the winners here at the track and you guys want to play the duck toss game, Cody, show them the ducks. You can win some cups if you want to play the duck toss game, but you do have to be a little kid. This is not for adults. So send the kiddies to the winner's circles to play the duck game. All right, you guys, me and Cody are in the winner's circle, and these kids already all tossed because Cody got excited. I keep forgetting he's new. They just had them tossed, and they were heading out the winner's circle. I'm like, we got to do this on air, bro. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. They have this line. This kid's, I don't know what he's doing, but we're going to toss him into the bucket, and if you do, go get us one of the green cups. You're going to win one of our Horseshoe Indianapolis green cups. So, yeah, go ahead, buddy. You already got it in there. Do it again. Watch, he would have been so mad at you. That's 3 for 3. I think he threw it 3 times. Woo! Right at it. Oh, that counts. Come on, baby. You win something. Come here. All right, next. Oh, so close. Come on, babe. Go get a cup. Go tell Cody you get a cup because you're cute. Oh, you missed. Next. Yeah! Go ahead. Okay. We only had a couple miss. You already went. Get out of here, you little stinker. All right, guys. That's the duck toss game. We'll do it next time on the weekend. And maybe Cody won't get so excited and do it during the commercial break this next time. All right, guys. Good luck.
All right, well, we're up to our 9th race, which is the second of 3 trials for the QHRAI Derby. Love to see these 3-year-olds, and every year the 3-year-olds here at Horseshoe Indy just look more proficient. Plus, we seem to lure some horses from other jurisdictions here, and we've already seen in a previous race that sometimes they do come from another track and run well here. I think that's because of Tony Martinez, who takes such beautiful care of the track. That's Rachel's guy, but I'll put in a plug for him as well. All right, well, like I say, we've got to have the 350, excuse me, this is 400 yards, and it's just the top 10 qualifiers from these 3 trials that will advance to the June 18th final. It's a good group in this race, so let's go to the paddock and take a look. I'm going to begin with number 8, and that's Dr. Cocktail Hour. We saw Tony Cunningham have a nice win earlier on a horse that came in from out of town, so I'm going in the same direction for this guy. This horse had actually has never raced here, but is making his debut. But really, I look back and I see where he had run under a different trainer. It was a Los Alamitos, then then Ruidoso Downs, and then most recently Remington Park, where he actually qualified for the Grade 3 Oklahoma Derby in March. He finished 6th, but the fact is he was facing some awfully tough company. So Tony's won this race twice before, I think 2014 and more recently a couple years ago with Jatastic. So I think this is a good selection. Danny Martinez obviously riding so well for Tony this season. Now we'll go to the inside to number 1, Sydney Jack. Now Sydney is a filly and she stayed home. She wasn't going to go anywhere. No, I'm just kidding. But she's done really well here. She had a great 2-year-old season, qualified for a couple futurities for trainer Tim Eggleston. And I think, she's very well bred. She's by Dulce Sintacha, who was the number 1 leading first crop sire last year. Her progeny his progeny was fantastic. So Sydney Jane's a nice little filly. She runs for the Tim family, Gordy Tim and his, I don't know if it's sons and daughters or grandchildren. The family is so sweet, and Vicky, so we love these people. And, qualified for a good futurity last year. We'll just see how she does in her first start of her 3-year-old campaign. All right, how about number 10, Midnight Cowboy 123, drew the far outside for owner Raymond Whitmire, and of course another Tim Eggleston trainee. Flying Cowboy 123, I know I get repetitive, kind of like I did with Kiss My Hawks, but was I right or not? No, I'm only kidding. But anyway, these are nice horses, and obviously Tim is very proficient. He won the title last year, off to a great start today in this all quarter horse day, and he will be throughout the season. There's no question about it. Now this horse also comes from Remington Park, had some other experience in Los Al. So, you just have to think maybe the debut might be tough, but so far, I think as long as they're good and they've faced tough company, they have to be considered. Okay, now we're going to talk about number 6, and that's 3 Eyes Candy. Rounds out my top 4 for trainer Claudio Barazza. He's had a win in this Derby as well, and he's going to give a leg up to his go-to man, Edgar Diaz. It's kind of crazy, this one. He's only had 1 start. Some horses just aren't ready, or, he had the 1 start last year. It wasn't ready. Claudio rested him, gave him a little more time to mature, and you never know. That speed figure was pretty significant. So he's very well bred, and we'll see. I mean, Claudio's going to utilize the flipping halter, those initials FH. Sometimes that keeps him a little more focused in the gait, a little less distracted by what's going on around them. So 8-1-10-6 for me, and I will be back to preview the final trial for the QHRAI Derby. Lots more to look forward to on this great all-quarter horse day at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Gary Lozier, front and center, bringing the horses onto the track for the 9th of 13 carded. And this is the second of 3 trials for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QH REI Derby. 400 yards, fast track with the crosswind. Here, 10 start. Overweights, 1 Sydney Jack +5. 3 Susie's Christine, 4 over. Number 5, Kiss of Corona, 5 over. Number 7, Pistols Firing, 1, 2, 3, 5 over. 8, Dr. Cocktail Hour, 5 over. 9, Candy Jar, will tote 4 extra pounds. 10 to a starter, Oscar Quiroz. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. This starts off another 50-cent pick 3, races 9, 10, 11. First leg of the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast track, post time, 2:32. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Rolando Pena with Sydney Jack. The first of 10 to take position in the starting gate. Tequila. Three-Eyed Candy uses a flipping halter. Susie's Christine. Up comes Pistols firing 1, 2, 3. Susie's Christine has joined. Candy Spice. Dr. Cocktail Hour. Kiss of Corona. Two back. Fernando Morin with Candy Jar. WR Hot Shot clock 19.856 seconds in the first of the three Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Trials. One more. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Midnight Cowboy. 1, 2, 3. Megan still ready with 4 on the card. All in line. And they're off. Dr. Cocktail Hour broke a bit outward. Flying start for Sydney Jack past the 3:30. It's Sydney Jack. Sydney Jack has that rail speed on the outside. Here comes Three-Eyed Candy along with Candy Jar. Nearest the inside, it's Sydney Jack for Rolando Pena. Sydney Jack looking for the finish. It's Sydney Jack at the wire along with Candy Spice, and right there was Susie's Christine. Then Pistols firing 1, 2, 3 with Three-Eyed Candy and Candy Jar. One Sydney Jack, 5-1 for Tim Eggleston's fifth. Sydney Jack, rail to finish with Candy Spice and Susie's Christine. Rolando Pena, Tim Eggleston, a fifth win on the card. Sydney Jack, never headed from Candy Spice, Susie's Christine. Three-Eyed Candy and Candy Jar. Pistols firing 1, 2, 3. Last home Midnight Cowboy 1, 2, 3 has gone to Sydney Jack. It's been a day for Tim Eggleston. Sydney Jack at 5-1 for Tim Eggleston's fifth of the card. The judges have posted number 4, Candy Spice at 12-1 second. 3, Susie's Christine at 7-1 third. 6, Three-Eyed Candy at 8-1 fourth. And 9, Candy Jar was fifth. It's 1-4, 3-6 in the turquoise 9. .081 seconds clocked Sydney Jack. Looking to join WR Hot Shot from the Tim Eggleston stable in the finals for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby. WR Hot Shot clocked 19.856. And Tim Eggleston's stablemate Sydney Jack first up this year in 20.081. Ninth race official, returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, numero uno, Sydney Jack with Rolando Pena. Sydney Jack is a 3-year-old brown filly by Dulce Sentacha. Out of Caledonia Rose by First Down Dash 5 for Tim Eggleston. There's still some racing left. Postwood here for Gordon Tim, Gabby Tim, Jordan Tim, and Gordon Tim part of the ownership. Winner was bred in Texas by Mary and Jack W. Evans Jr. Sydney Jack takes out the second of 3 trials for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby in 20.081 seconds official. The Pentafecta will carry over to the 10th race. 1-4 exacta, $100, 80 cents, 50-cent trifecta. $170.45, 7-1 double paid $55.80. There's that Pentafecta pot over to the 10th. $1,475. That 10-cent quarter horse Grand High 5 rolls over to the next one. Three-Eyed Candy was 4th. Nobody had Candy Jar 5th. The 10-cent superfecta of 1436, $235.77. Sydney Jack capped off a pick 3, $24.15, and that Pentafecta carries over to race 10, in which there are no scratches and no jockey changes. Final trial for the QHREI Derby here. 2 Kissin' in Memphis, 5 over. The 4 Flying Bayou is me, 5 over. Flying Bayou is me. 7 Roses After Midnight, 4 pounds over. And number 9, The Unsung Hero, at 5 extra pounds. Also, number 10, Gatsby's Ghost, no blinkers. No blinkers for the 10, Gatsby's Ghost. That a first-time starter in the final trial for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby. Another 400-yard start, exacta trifecta superfecta. Again, a carryover in the quarter horse Pentafecta, $1,475. Double pick 3, and with 13 carded, the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba kicks off with the 10th at $2.58. Tony Fannin, another winner in today's Quarter 4 contest presented by the Quarter Horse Racing Association of Indiana. Tony Fannin picking up a $20 race wager to make a bet here at the track. Congratulations to Tony today. With 4 on the card, all in line. And they're off. Dr. Cocktail Hour broke a bit outward. Flying start for Sydney Jack past the 3:30 at Sydney Jack. Sydney Jack has that rail speed on the outside. Here comes Three-Eyed Candy along with Candy Jar. Nearest the inside at Sydney Jack for Rolando Pena. Sydney Jack looking for the finish. It's Sydney Jack at the wire along with Candy with 4 on the card, all in line. And the
All right, G note here in the winner's circle. We are going to play Name That Tune. So I need you to come out here to the winner's circle. First one to yell the name of these songs I play will win a prize. So I'm going to play a theme song, and then I'm going to play the bathroom song, and then I'm going to play another theme song. All you have to do is scream it out, and whoever screams it out first gets the prize. Here is song number 1. We got it. Andy Griffith. All right. This is for the kids. Come on, kids. Name this song. This is what I call the bathroom song. Ready? There it is. Let It Go. That's the bathroom song. All right. From Frozen. You didn't know that. All right. Last song. This is another theme song from back in the 60s. All right, I Dream of Jeannie. We got a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out and playing. Good here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Well, one more trial for the QHRAI Derby coming up in just a few minutes here in race 10. And again, we've got a super crop of 3-year-olds that are trying to get that qualifying spot into the final, which we will host on June 18th. 400 yards, a little bit of a push for some of them, but some of them are bred so well that that will not be a problem. So let's take a look at the field. I'm going to go with number 6, Leonard. We're not sure if it's Leonard for Leonard Skinner or whatever. I've asked Tony before, but I forgot what he said. But anyway, he's a really nicely bred horse out of Valiant Hero, and the mare is He's Relentless. And Tony's had some success with the He's Relentless types of breeding before. He's had Relentlessly Special, was one of my favorite Cunningham horses. But this gelding has been very consistent. I'm not saying you have flashy or consistent, but you have both. And so I certainly like the fact that this horse did so well. He won 2 races and finished in the money at 3 out of 7 times last season. Of course, he qualified for the $320,000 Governor Stake last year. That's the open futurity, unlike the Miss Roxy Little futurity that's for Indiana breds. You know, he's already, a nice thing about this horse, he already tuned up this year with an allowance race here on May 5th. So, all right, look, he finished 8th, but he had some major trip woes. So let's give him a clean trip, and he's got a great chance. As I mentioned before, Tony has 2 editions of this Derby in his belt, and I'm sure he'd like to have a third, too. All right, now we're going to go to, and I'm not going to call him flashy, but a huge story last year with He's a Hawkeye. He was owned and trained, or trained and ridden, excuse me, by German Rodriguez, and he did an unbelievable job. He won the Heartland Futurity and qualified for 2 more. And you know, owners are owners, and sometimes for different reasons they will take a horse and say, I'd rather run it with another barn. So this horse today will start. He's a Hawkeye is going to start for Tim Eggleston. He won the race here last year with Jolie Lady. So, of course, you know, it's just one of those things. I don't really want to comment on it because I'm a big fan of German. I think he did a tremendous job. And, of course, there's no question in my mind that Tim will give a very good conditioning to He's a Hawkeye as well. All right, let's go next to number 8, and that's Dare to Fly, owned and trained by Claudio Barazza. It was a $52,000 yearling sale purchase at the Heritage Place. Winter mix sale. They have so many down there. This is an Oklahoma-bred son of Flying Cowboy 123 out of a Strawfly Special mare. Wow, that goes way back. Strawfly Special has some major tenure in quarter horse history. But I think going to make the debut here after competing last year at Ruidoso, Remington, and Lone Star Park. So you're never sure, as I mentioned, how horses will transition. But if they face tougher, I think they're going to do pretty well. I liked his work on April 23rd, pretty good. And you know the stats from Claudio and Edgar, 55% in the money. We'll round out my top 4 with number 7, and that's Roses After Midnight. This is a filly by the Marfa Lights, who's trained by Jessie Vasquez and will be ridden by her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Just 2 starts last year. She hasn't raced since July, but her speed indexes for those races were pretty impressive. So we'll just see if maybe she's matured and filled out since that, you know, lightly raced season last year. Jessie actually had a win in the QHRAI Derby back in 2022 with Rock Candy Blue. So we got a good field coming up, and we'll know shortly after. We'll post it on the website and probably after all the races are finished, but we'll know which of the 3-year-olds are going to return for the final on June 18th. So 6387 for me. Good luck to everybody, and a shout out to Carl Broberg. You're bad, but I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for information in this upcoming 10th race, it's the final Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Trial, a jockey change. Just in for the 6th, Leonard to Isidro Banuelos. That's a jockey change just into us. Number 6, Leonard, will now be ridden by Isidro Banuelos. The horses stepping onto the track now for race 10. And the third and final trial for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby over the 400 yards. Here, 10 run. There was that late jockey change for the 6, Leonard to Isidro Banuelos. Isidro Banuelos on the 6, Leonard. 2, Kissin in Memphis, add 5 pounds to the program weight. Number 4, Flying By You Is Me, plus 5 pounds. 7, Roses After Midnight, 4 over. Number 9, The Unsung Hero, and 5 pounds to the program weight. 10, Gatsby's Ghost, no blinkers. No blinkers for the first-time starter, the 10, Gatsby's Ghost. That's a program correction. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, with a carryover going in of just over 2K. Double, pick 3, and this starts the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Hardly any time left. Get your wagers in. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. John D. First in. Isidro Banuelos with Leonard. Joined John D. Kissin in Memphis. Kissin in Memphis uses a flipping halter. Dare to Fly has taken his position in the starting gate. Eduardo Luna Diaz with He's a Hawkeye. 6-5 favorite. Tim Eggleston with 5 wins on the card. He's a Hawkeye favored. Flying By You Is Me. One Sweet Los Pinosui. The Unsung Hero and Gatsby's Ghost. One more, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Roses After Midnight. At 400 yards, stand by, all in line. And they're off. John D. stumbled. He's a Hawkeye with toward the inside. Kissin in Memphis alertly away. He's a Hawkeye coming with a run. He's a Hawkeye 220 yards away from Kissin in Memphis on the outside. Roses After Midnight with a charge. Roses After Midnight for Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Roses After Midnight over He's a Hawkeye with Dare to Fly third. Next was Leonard and the Unsung Hero in the final Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Trial. It was 6-1 on 7. Roses After Midnight over 1-2. He's a Hawkeye. 13-1 on 8. Dare to Fly third. The 6 Leonard. 7-1 fourth and 9. The Unsung Hero was fifth. 7-3, 8-6, 9. Roses After Midnight. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez for Jesse Vasquez. A Vasquez family win with Roses After Midnight. We're standing by for the final time for the 400 yards with a crosswind. .856 was the top time going into this third and final trial for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby. 19.856. Did Roses After Midnight top it? Top 10 will go on to the final for the QHREI Derby here. 20.006. So WR Hotshot safely on to the final for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby. Roses After Midnight looks to get into the top 10, 20.006. Result official in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Here's the 7 Roses After Midnight with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Roses After Midnight is a 3-year-old sorrel filly by the Marfalites. And a specials Country Chick by Country Chicks Man. Jesse Vasquez trains for Angel Ventura's Ventura Racing Incorporated. She was bred in Oklahoma by Monty McNair. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Roses After Midnight. Takes a trial for the Horseshoe Indianapolis QH REI Derby. Clock 20.006 seconds. Official. The 7-3 exacta paid $43.40. 50-cent trifecta $738, $87.20. 1-7 double $52.20. 10-cent superfecta $44.17. The 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Roses After Midnight, a trial winner, $84, and the 10-cent pentafecta paid $330.84. The unsung hero was fifth. 20.006, 10 ran. On to race 11, 16 minutes away. Maiden Stakes final over the 350 yards. Scratch the 2. Fave Streaking Cartel, the 7 Perry Secret Gold. Scratch the 2 and the number 7. 10 FA Lilies of Wins, no equipment change. Disregard the equipment change in your program for the 10 FA Lilies of Wins. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta double. Final pick 3 of the day. Post time 3:26. Ladies and gentlemen, just for information, we have a jockey change just in race 11, the Maiden Stakes final. Late jockey change made for number 9, Coyote Kiss. The jockey will be Giovanni Flores Munoz. Jockey change made, race 11, Maiden Stakes final. Number 9, Coyote Kiss. The rider will now be, for Tony Cunningham, Giovanni Flores Munoz. Rides 9, Coyote Kiss. And they're off. John D. stumbled. He's a Hawkeye with toward the inside. Kissin in Memphis alertly away. He's a Hawkeye coming with a run. He's a Hawkeye 220 yards away from Kissin in Memphis on the outside. Roses After Midnight with a charge. Roses After Midnight for Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Roses After Midnight over He's a Hawkeye with Dare to Fly third. Next was
We are 8 minutes to the 11th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a scratch of the 2 and the 7, and Munoz is on the 9 Coyote Kiss. I went 4-3-5 in race 11. This is the maiden stakes final. This is for 3-year-olds, and they qualified for the maiden stakes on May. I think that was 11th. Yeah. Yes, it was May 11th. I'm gonna start with the 4 here. Run, don't walk. Isidro Banuelos is up here for Mr. Tony Cunningham. This is a 3-year-old gelding by a political dress and won by a nose in the trial on May 11th. Obviously against very similar in here. In his particular one, Streak and Cartel was in there, but he's been bumped, bobbled at the start, bumped at the break. You know, as we all say, it's definitely the break that's the most important in quarter horse racing, and you can see by his finishes that that is the case. I think this horse gets clear today, and it's going to be the one. I mean, that horse went 17-9 for 350. 4, Run Don't Walk is my top selection over the favorite right now in race 11, the 6 at 2-5. The 3, Keep Her Off Tequila. Yeah. Keep me off tequila. You don't want that. Rolando Pena is aboard. He's looking for a numerous win day here today with this one. Tim Eggleston. This is a filly who is by Kiss My Hawks. Mr. Jess Perry is on the dam side. I just love the breeding on her. She's making her 7th lifetime start. She's going to win in a couple seconds, and she looks like a lot to handle. Obviously, Chili, you know, taking it like a champ, but definitely saddling her on the walk, and he's having to work for it today. I'll tell you that with this one. But yeah, she did really well in the trial as well. She was 2nd in her trial to Perry Seaver Gold, Coyote Kiss. She led, and then he lost the crop. So if he doesn't lose it today, I think we can do even better than that. And then I'll round it out with the 5, 39-1, Jess Sinful. This horse here is a 3-year-old gelding who gets, I'm so sorry, 3-year-old filly, my bad. Sorrel filly. Saul Lopez is aboard for Tony Cunningham. Owned and trained by Tony. I always take note of that. This one won her trial, and a different one than the couple others that I have listed here. She's got great, if she gets out of the gate clear, she just really gets right on it. So I'm going to round it out with the 5 because I think that she can be quick to get out. And it was my long shot play of the day. Sorry, guys, I have something in my eye. 36-1. It's the longest shot on the board, too. 4-3-5 for me in the 11th race. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 11th race, the Maiden Stakes Final. This over the 350 yards, fast track crosswind, a field of 8 this year. Scratch the 2, Fave Streaking Cartel, and the 7, Perry Secret Gold. Scratch the 2 in number 7, 9 Coyote Kiss. Once again, that late jockey change made to Giovanni Flores Munoz, 9 Coyote Kiss. 5 pounds over the weight there. 10 FA Lilies of Wins, no equipment change. Program correction, no equipment change for the 10 FA Lilies of Wins. Scratch the 2 and 7. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, double, and the Maiden Stakes Final starts a stakes pick 3. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time for the Maiden Stakes Final. Done at the 350-yard start. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Me Blood Token. Rolando Pena with Keep Her Off Tequila. Run Don't Walk loaded. Now Keep Her Off Tequila, one of the Tim Eggleston 2. Run Don't Walk. Jess Sinful, both for Tony Cunningham.
Why are we loading a single file line here?
Tony's 2 have joined Tim's couple. Jess a favorite. Maleficent Dash. with a 3:15 fast track crosswind. 2 back. Giovanni Flores Munoz with Coyote Kiss. Now they're leading up F.A. Lilies of Winds. Run Don't Walk right now a 2-1 favorite. 18-1 on F.A. Lilies of Winds. Coyote Kiss still standing by. F.A. Lilies of Winds. Erika Esqueda getting back on board her. Giovanni Flores Munoz with Coyote Kiss. She's one of 3 for Tony Cunningham. Run Don't Walk, 2-1 favorite. Starter Oscar Quito's crew working with Coyote Kiss. She's coming up. She'll complete the field. Others standing well. All in, ready. And they're off in the maiden stakes final. Fast starts for Run Don't Walk, Jess Sinful, Me Blood Token, and nearest the inside. Keep Her Off Tequila with a wide cap. Coming down to the final 110 yards. Keep Her Off Tequila. On the outside is Jess a favorite, along with Maleficent Dash, Maleficent Dash, Maleficent Dash, and Jess a favorite in a photo finish. Right there was Keep Her Off Tequila in the maiden stakes final. It's close. Photo finish. Maiden stakes final. Up to the judges. Hold all tickets. Which will it be? Maleficent Dash and Jess a favorite in the black cap. Win photograph. We're standing by for the judge's verdict. Six eight 3-9-5-6. Jess a favorite gets the winning bob. Over 8. Maleficent Dash just missed in 17.787 seconds. Jess a favorite. Narrow margin of victory. Edgar Diaz likes it. Over Maleficent Dash. 3. Keep Her Off Tequila was third. Number 9, Coyote Kiss fourth. And number 5, Jess Sinful was fifth. Jess a favorite. 6-1 over 21-1 in the maiden stakes final. Favorites were both 1-2. The maidens take out the maiden stakes final. Official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 6, Jessa Favorite with Edgar Diaz. Jessa Favorite is a 3-year-old sorrel filly by Favorite Cartel out of HR Princess Jess by Apolitical Jess. Claudia Barazza trains for Ulysses Varela with Edgar Diaz. Jessa Favorite out to the maiden ranks in the maiden stakes final over Maleficent Dash in a win photo. .68 Exacta took a win photo. $176 for the Exacta. Maiden 1-2 finish in the maiden stakes finale. 176.16, 50-cent trifecta. Keeper off Tequila was third. 297.16, 7-6 double for $397. The 10-cent pentafecta returned $719.39. Jess Sinful was fifth. Jessa Favorite won. The pick threes coming back, $16 and change. Winner's presentation as Horseshoe Indianapolis Director of Racing, Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and his assistant Chris Kamak make the presentation to the winning connections of Jessa Favorite. Edgar Diaz for Claudio Barazza. And owner Ulysses Varela. Oklahoma bred Flag Ranch LLC. Jessa Favorite in the maiden stakes final. Clock 17.787 seconds. 12th of 13, the Harley Green Derby. The final over the 350. Scratch the also eligible 11 of Flair for Politics. Scratch 11. No rider changes. 3 HH Shakem Kate is 4 over. The 5 Nitro Beach plus 5 pounds. 6 One Sweet Wagon 2 pounds over. 7 Kalis is 5 over. 9 Rockin' the Beach plus 5 pounds, and scratch the AE11 a Flair for Politics. 13th race, the Born Runner Classic. There scratch the also eligibles 11 HF Firecracker and 12 HF Just Reno. Scratch 11 and 12. 1 Escondido Gold 2 over. 5 Jessa Riot, no Lasix for 5 Jessa Riot. 8 Tatcha Secret is 3 over. 9 Apolitical Mission plus 3 and 10 Dashin Quick Corona 2 pounds over. That's in the Born Runner Classic, 13th race to close out the card. Fast track, post time for the Harley Green Derby in 15 minutes at 3:54. Race replay of the maiden stakes final ahead. And they're off in the maiden stakes final. Fast starts for Run Don't Walk, Jess Sinful, Me Blood Token, and nearest the inside. Keeper off Tequila with a white cap. Coming down to the final 110 yards. Keeper off Tequila. On the outside is Jessa Favorite, along with Maleficent Dash, Maleficent Dash, Maleficent Dash, and Jessa Favorite in the photo.
Well, just 2 additional races remain on this wonderful, festive, all-quarter horse day at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and coming right up will be the final of the Harley Green Derby, purse of $103,000 for 3-year-olds. And we had trials on May 14th. Super exciting group of horses competing. Some of the quarter horses are just extraordinary at 2, but some of them really, really develop and mature and thrive at 3 and older. And we saw a whole bunch of them. This is a very tough race to handicap with the final because so much happened in the trials. We had Beecham set the fastest qualifying time. We had a dead heat for second, which is so rare. And we have other horses that are kind of untested and you never know who's going to step up. So can't wait to see that. It's going to be so good. All right, well, my top choice is going to be number 8, and that's CV Denali. This is really, really a nice filly, bred by Sherry Miller, cared for lovingly by Claudio Barazza, and owned by the Campos Family Ventures. Pedigree, sweet. She's a daughter of Escondido Beach, out of one of Escondido Beach mares, and does Botticelli Shake. And Claudio loves that mare. She's done a lot of things to jumpstart his training career. So it's really sentimental for them. Record of 5 starts, 4 wins, and 1 second, and already $204,000 in the bank. She's one of these that sometimes really good 2-year-old and might be equally good as a 3-year-old, because she did win the Gordon Mobley Futurity and then ran second to Rockin' the Beach in the Miss Roxy Little Futurity. So that's my top choice. She's really nice. Now I'm going with number 3, H Shakem Kate. And this is a more lightly raced horse, but she's undefeated in 3 starts, 2 last year and 1 this year, for breeder Larry Carter and John Myers. And she's trained by Jessie Vasquez, will be ridden by her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Just speed, some really excellent speed by this filly, who's also by Escondido Beach. Lightly raced, but she seems tough as nails. So I put her second. And, you know, she looks really strong. And then we've got number 7, Kalis. Rachel was talking about a beautiful gray in one of the earlier races. You want to see a beautiful gray? Look at this gelding. Owned and trained by Natasha Perez in the trial in which he dead heated with Denali Beach. You couldn't take your eyes off him. He's just this gray vision, and he has this long, beautiful stride. So, and interestingly enough, the 2 of them drew side by side in the final. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I think this horse is destined for big, big things. Alberto Cerrone is in the saddle. And then I'll round up my top 4 with number 9, and that's Rockin' the Beach. Oh, what a sentimental, amazing moment last year when he won the Miss Roxy Little Futurity, the richest futurity we have, for owner-breeder Jeff Sheets. He was crying so hard. The Eggleston team was crying. Everybody was crying. It was really beautiful. This is a beautiful horse, and he's very good. And, you know, it's going to be tricky because he was great as a 2-year-old. Can he step up as a 3-year-old? Oh, probably. And I think his connections will be very happy, Tim and Rolando Pena. So we'll see how that goes. You know, obviously it's really tough, 8-3, 7-9. If you're going to play the Pentafecta, which has been paying pretty good today, definitely throw in number 10, Beecham, as well. He deserved it, fastest qualifier, drawing the far outside post. All right, well, that's it for this particular paddock preview. Good luck to everybody in the Harley Green. It's named for a very special man in Indiana, so we wish the best to Harley and safe recovery. I hear he's under the weather, so hope he recovers well.
The horses call poster now for the 12th race, the Harley Green Derby Final. $103,000 added here over the 350 yards. Fast track with that crosswind, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligible 11, a flair for politics. Scratch the number 11. No rider changes. Here's the field as they parade for the Harley Green Derby Final 1 Victory Beach. Eduardo Luna Diaz rides for Tim Eggleston and owner Philip R. Harrison. Number 2, 7 Beaches with Giovanni Flores Munoz. Tony Cunningham trains for Pamela Brickley Hahn. Number 3, H.H. Shakem Kate with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Jesse Vasquez trains, owned by Brisa Ala Ventura Hernandez. Number 4, H.F. Kiss This Too with Diego Bocanegra. Natasha Perez, the conditioner of the one-time winner for the estate of Randy Hafner. Number 5, Nitro Beach. Fernando Moran riding for Tim Eggleston. Indiana breeder owner Steve Zamler owns, and Cherry Miller trains this Indiana bred. For Tim Eggleston was Nitro Beach. 6, One Sweet Wagon, Francisco Quintero. Ron Raper trains for Jack Gear. One Sweet Wagon, she was bred in Indiana by Brian Gunder. 7, Kalis was a trial winner. Alberto Serran riding for Natasha Perez, trains for Perez Racing Stables LLC of the conditioner. Number 8 is CV Denali, another trial winner, right next to Kalis. Edgar Diaz going for a double on the card with Claudia Barraza. Campos Family Ventures LLC owns. Another here, bred in the state by Sherry Miller. 9 is Rockin' the Beach with Yolanda Pena. Jeff Sheets, bred and owns. The son of Escondido Beach. Another one here in the final for the Harley Green Derby for Tim Eggleston, who's won 5 on the card. And 10 is Beecham. Was a neck winner of his trial for the Harley Green Derby. Christian Penalosa riding for Ron Raper, trains for Deanne K. Lehman. He was bred in Indiana by the Cleary family. Scratch the also eligible. Reported overweights, the 3 H.H. Shakem Kate is 4 over. 5 Nitro Beach plus 5 pounds. 6 One Sweet Wagon 2 over. 7 Kalis plus 5. And 9 Rockin' the Beach also 5 pounds extra to tote. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Tenson Pentafecta starts at the late double over to the Born Runner Classic. Capping off the card, and in the 13th race, scratch the also eligibles. 11 HF Firecracker and 12 HF Just Reno. That's in the Born Runner Classic. Due off for the Harley Green Derby. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Harley Green Derby Final. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Victory Beach. Victory Beach has taken his spot in the starting gate. One Sweet Wagon has joined Victory Beach. Kalis went in well. Seven Beaches joins. HH, Shake 'em Kate drew 3. Right next to Kalis, CV Denali drew 8. Rockin' the Beach, HF, Kiss This Too. That leaves 2 back. Fernando Moro with Nitro Beach. With Tim Eggleston 3 and 1 more. Christian Penaloza, Beecham's 3 for 3. Now 350 yards, fast track, crosswind. Ready for Beecham. CV Denali favorite, all in. They're off in the Harley Green Derby Final. Even start, HF Kiss This Too with HH Shake 'em Kate toward the inside. They have 220 yards to go. And on the outside, this charge now by CV Denali. Here comes CV Denali. CV Denali is roaring home. CV Denali for Edgar Diaz. CV Denali has conquered Beecham and Rockin' the Beach with HF Kiss This Too. It was CV Denali in the Harley Green Derby Final. Two to 1. All the right money on CV Denali over Beecham. Rockin' the Beach. HF Kiss This Too. Kalis with Nitro Beach. And then bunched toward the tail. Edgar Diaz doubles on the card for Claudio Bonazza. 2 to 1 on CV Denali. 8-10, 9-4. Stand by for the 5th. After the running of the Harley Green Derby Final. The judges have posted after a photograph. Number 7, Kalis, 5th, 17.499 seconds. After the running of the Harley Green Derby of 2026, 8-10, 9-4-7, Kalis runs 5th. And the Harley Green Derby Final, 17.499 seconds. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8, CV Denali, stakes double for Edgar Diaz. Both for Claudio Barazza. CV Denali, after a trial win, takes out the final for the Harley Green Derby. 3-year-old Chestnut filly by Escondido Beach at a Botticelli shake by Genuine Botticelli. Claudia Barazza trains for Campos Family Ventures LLC, Gladys Campos, and others. She was bred here in the Hoosier State by Sherry Miller. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. CV Denali, the Harley Green Derby final champion of 2026. A10 exact to pay $31.40, 50-cent trifecta, 1960. Rockin' the Beach ran third. Pentafecta, Kalis was fifth. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, 810, 947, $617.57. Pick 3, return $637.15. 6-8, that stakes double for Edgar Diaz with Claudia Barazza, $64.80. 10-cent superfecta paid $64.52. HF Kiss this 2 was fourth, Kalis fifth. Official, 17.499 seconds. Brian Elmore, Eric Hallstrom, Chris Polson, Chris Kamak, all part of a winner's presentation. As Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of CV Denali, winning this year's Harley Green Derby final. Congratulations to winning jockey Edgar Diaz, Claudia Barazza, and Campos Family Ventures. CV Denali in the Harley Green Derby.
We are here with the winning connections of the Harley Green. But before we talk to them about the race, we do have Mr. Brian Elmore, who is here supporting or representing both Harley Green.
Correct. Thank you, Rachel. I visited with Harley 2 weeks ago, and there's nobody that had a bigger impact on quarter horse racing in the state of Indiana than Harley Green. He sends his regrets. He cannot be here today. His health does not allow it. He's surrounded by his wife, Vi, his daughter Anita, and grandson Daniel at home. And I had a good visit with him, and he's 91 years old, and he told me, he said, you know, I'm just ready to go home to heaven, Brian. And I said, I understand, Harley. So he sends his regrets. He also sends his congratulations to you guys. What a wonderful race. What a nice racehorse, Claudio. And Edgar, you did a great job riding the horse. And Harley also wants to send his love and his admiration for all the horsemen and women of the state of Indiana, and how much he has appreciated all the friendships over the last 7 decades. So Rachel, thank you on behalf of Harley Green. Congratulations and best wishes to all his friends.
Thank you, Brian. All right, guys, just have him walk us through the race. Claudio, is he going to talk or are you going to translate? He can talk. I know you can. It's been a few years. You got Inglés?
Little.
Un poquito.
Un poquito. Pues yo la yegua, la verdad la sentí muy bien. Es muy difícil trabajar con ella porque pues ella es todo lo opuesto a un caballo tranquilo, pero pues yo estoy seguro que ella cuando se abren las puertas ella sabe lo que tiene que hacer.
He said that he was trying to keep her calm because she's anything but calm, but he said he was confident once the gates kicked that she knew what to do.
Yes, well, ladies that you keep calm and take care of usually perform a little bit better.
Yeah, we think so.
Congratulations. Oh, he does get it. Well, congratulations. You did a really good. I'm serious. You did a really good job because you could tell she was a little she was antsy and you were still doing a really good job at keeping her calm, and she won by almost. It's a debate. We say dos, we say tres, he says dos. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, we got another one coming up. Stick around.
Favorite, all in. They're off in the Harley Green Derby final. Even start. HF gets this too with H.A. Chakum Kate toward the inside. They have 220 yards to go. And on the outside, this charge now by C.V. Denali. Here comes C.V. Denali. C.V. Denali is roaring home. C.V. Denali for Edgar Diaz. C.V. Denali has conquered Beecham and rocking the beat. Favorite, all in. Late Paddock Shoe Repair on 9, Apolitical Mission ahead of the Born Runner Classic. Late Shoe Repair for the 9.
All right, everybody. It looks like the 9's getting a shoe fix. So we've got a couple of minutes. Martha had some technical difficulties, but let's talk about this 13th race here. This is the Born Runner Classic, and this is the kind of race that, you know, I handicap everything for my tip sheet, but I will say that unless I have to actually handicap it on air, some of my notes are just generic notes, and TV notes, what I say to you guys is a little bit different. So luckily, this group is so talented. I don't need that to handicap here. Tim Eggleston trains to Streaking Down the Beach. What a good-looking gray gelding this guy is. He is a 32 lifetime race runner, $265,000 life. 10 wins, 6 seconds, 7 thirds. I mean, this guy knows how to get there. He's so tough. And really, I mean, the 2 last wins, especially the race and the allowance at 3:30 to end 2025, I mean, that showed how talented and gritty this guy is. I mean, he kind of took in he came out of the gate. It says he stepped in, which I agree, but he went sideways quickly and then straightened out, and he still ended up winning by a length. He's just tough. His times are fantastic. He gets out of the gate crazy quick. It's no shocker that he's the favorite right now at 5-2. And then we're going to go to my second selection, which is the 8. I like Not Your Secret, but I did give the edge to the 8, Tasha's Secret. She's a 6-year-old mare. This is another one. She, in 25 starts, has made $500,000. This is a $500,000 lifetime earner in this field. And, you know, I know that Streaking Down the Beach is, you know, another tough guy, but this is the highest earner in this field. Tasha's Secret is just a beast. She's competitive here. This is her first out. Ricardo Martinez trains. Chris Duke co-owns this one with the Robinson Family Trust. Look at the finishes. I mean, this horse is very rarely worse than second. I think it all is going to depend on the break, keeping it straight. And then I rounded out with a 6, Not Your Secret, Martin Munoz for Ricardo Martinez. This one also making its first start of 2026, so we'll see how he runs. Very talented as well. And now, Mr. G-Note as the last horse, not even around the paddock. Calm down. These men, I tell you guys. 0 minutes to post here for our final race. We got that shoe fixed, and now our very talented Gino is going to do the call to post. And then our very talented track announcer, John G. Dooley, is going to do the post parade. Gentlemen, take it away.
The horses call post for the 13th race. $84,200 added Born Runner Classic, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 a flare for politics, the AE. 11 is out. Here's the field on parade for the 13th race Born Runner Classic. Scratch those also eligibles, 11 and 12. One is Escondido Gold with Diego Bocanegra. Natasha Perez trains for Robert Gazzi. 2 Streaking Down the Beach with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Tim Eggleston trains for Buddy Presley. He was bred here in the state by Edward Pennington. 3 is Beach First with Leonardo Rodriguez riding. Another here in the Born Runner for Tim Eggleston, Greg Farasones. Following that, 3-time winner is 4 Cigar on the Beach with Christian Penaloza. Ron Raper trains for Indiana breeder and owner Peggy Ann Kent. 5 Jessa Riot would be a hat trick of stakes for Edgar Diaz with Claudio Barraza, bred by owner Ted Harpold. 6 Nacho Secret with Martin Munoz for Ricardo Martinez. The 7 is Beach Feature. Giovanni Flores Munoz rides for Shauna Martin. Trains for owners Todd Ray and Denise Ray. 8 is Tacha's Secret. First run of the year. Fernando Morin riding for Ricardo Martinez. Duke Racing LLC. 12-time winner Tacha's Secret back. 9 is A Political Mission with Rolanda Pena riding for Tim Eggleston and Philip R. Harrison. Dick Harrison bred the son of the transmission. And 10 is Dash and Quick Corona. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez riding for Jesse Vasquez. Trains Jerry Miller's homebred by What a Corona. Scratch the AEs 11 and 12. Firecracker and Just Reno. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta, and due off in the Born Runner Classic. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Born Runner Classic. Diego Bocanegra with Escondido Gold. Streaking Down the Beach. Next door to Escondido Gold. Martin Munoz, Not Your Secret. Not Your Secret, Beach feature. Beach first, Cigar on the Beach. Fernando Morin with Tacha's Secret. First run of 2026 for Tacha's Secret. Jessa Riot. Edgar Diaz with a couple of stakes win for Claudio Barazza. Jessa Riot uses the flipping halter. Couple them back. Rolando Pena with Apolitical Mission. Tuesday post time here, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. And Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Dashin Quick Corona. 400 yards, all in. Off in the Born Runner Classic. And Tacha's Secret, sharp away. With on the outside, Dashing Quick Corona, Not Your Secret coming with a charge. 220 yards to go. Streaking down the beach toward the inside. Just leads Beach first. Here they come. It's Not Your Secret with Tacha's Secret for Fernando Morin. Tacha's Secret, the mare is back at the track. It's Tacha's Secret over Not Your Secret. And next across was Jesta Riot along with Beach Feature to close out Saturday's card. It's Tacha's Secret, and she's back in town. Eight, 6, 5, and then a photo for fourth. Stand by for the fifth after the Born Runner Classic. 8, Tacha's Secret. 5-2 first. 6, Not Your Secret. And 9-5 was second. Number 5, Jessa Riot third, and stand by for the fourth and fifth. It was her first run of the year. Tacha's Secret, Fernando Morin on the Habit Secret mare. She's now a 13-time winner. Ricardo Martinez for Duke Racing. First up in 2026. And Tacha's Secret comes back on top in the Born Runner. The judges have posted number 7, Beach Feature fourth, and Juan Escondido Gold fifth, 19.873 after the Born Runner Classic of 2026. 86571, 19.873. Fast crosswind. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. A familiar spot here for this mare is the 8, Tacha's Secret with Fernando Morin. Tacha's Secret, a 6-year-old sorrel mare. A 13-time winner by Habit Secret out of Sintacha's Angel by PYC Paint Your Wagon. Ricardo Martinez trains for Duke Racing LLC. Maria K. Robinson Family Trust, co-owners with Duke Racing of this talented mare, Tacha's Secret. She's back in town. It's official. 8-6 exacta paid $23.60, 50-cent trifecta, $19.35. 8-8 double, $20.40. We'll have a pick four carryover to Tuesday's card, $2,220. That'll be a $1 late pick four carryover onto Tuesday's card. Presented by Itoba, the late pick four when racing resumes on Tuesday. 50-cent late fire 5 paid out $1,194.70. 10-cent pentafecta, Escondido Gold ran 5th. That returned $789.11. Again, Tuesday, it'll be a $1 late pick four carryover on the card. Presented by Itoba. Final results in 19.873. Winner's presentation following the Born Runner Classic of 2026. The presentation, and Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tacha's Secret, a talented mare, takes out the Born Runner Classic of this year in 19.873 seconds. That'll conclude today's live racing program. We do thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. As noted, next live race card will be on Tuesday, and Tuesday post time from 2:10 p.m. here in town. But keep it right here. That'll do it for me from the broadcast booth. I'll be back on Tuesday with you here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, wire to wire, from 1:20 p.m. Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. And Racing Rachel with a post-race show. Next.
Exciting finish here today. I mean, honestly, the last race, Harley Green, was beautiful. You know, we all have our thoughts out for him, but Tacha's Secret is just, she's a beast, Ricardo. I mean, I don't even know what to say. She's, the race just looked like it was hers to lose.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say. We really didn't want to put her in here, but we always do what he says. And
Me too.
and then it turns out to be his way, I guess, you know, because, I mean, really she wasn't that ready. But
Well, if she wasn't that ready and she performed that well, I mean, that really is a testament to her skill.
yeah, she's just athletic, that's all.
Yeah,
No,
she
she's
is.
just
Well,
a natural.
she is a natural. Congratulations on the win, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Chris, you know, I think maybe a lot of people kind of went somewhere different because she's older and, you know, she's 6. But, you know, I have horses. We both do. They run rodeo and I run trails. And I'm telling you right now, that horse does not physically look 6.
No, not at all. Like I said, we did a partnership with Lance and Marla Robinson on her, and we flushed her, got a couple babies out of her. And so we thought, she's not going to be ready early. You know, she's been in training, you know, about 6 or 7 weeks and thought 400 yards. And, yeah, she just, you know, unbelievable. A lot of heart, and she closed like she...
Like a freight train.
Like a freight train, so...
It's so impressive for a horse of her age and a mare. And I know it doesn't matter that you're running against geldings, but you always still keep that in the back of your mind a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it seems like they got a disadvantage, but not with her.
Not with her.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing disadvantaged about the way Tacha's Secret looks. So congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
The Born Runner Classic goes to Tacha's Secret, Ricardo Martinez, Chris Duke et al., and the owners. Congratulations to all the connections. I mean, what a privilege it is to be an owner on a horse like Tacha's Secret. That concludes our Saturday afternoon card, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you back here on Tuesday as we are dark on Monday.
off in the Born Runner Classic. And Tatcha's Secret, sharp away. With on the outside, dashing quick Corona, Not Your Secret coming with a charge. 220 yards to go, streaking down the beach toward the inside. Just leads beach first. Here they come. It's Not Your Secret with Tatcha's Secret for Fernando Morin. Tatcha's Secret, the mare is back at the track. It's Tatcha's Secret over Not Your Secret. Off in the Born.